somehow you convince both of them you're working for them. Even though they're basically both telling you to go kill the other one. You guys also found that kind of underwater kind of aquarium thing, observatory, where you could see that there was a sunken ship out there and a staircase with like a force field keeping the water out. You guys could theoretically go in and investigate if you like, but it might be dangerous. And so far, you guys have steered clear of that. You guys think you maybe have found a way past this area, but when you guys tried crossing it, you were attacked by some aquatic sin spawn, and you retreated since from them. And the most recent thing you guys have done is that you guys shut down this little maze-like area over here, which is the reason why all these devils are in here. It's kind of a thing that draws planar energy. It's called a planar. I think it's called a planar siphon. And it was supposed to be used to draw planar energy to like power something. But um, whatever it was used for before, all it's been doing lately has been letting devils get in here, which is why you have all these devils infesting this laboratory. But you guys have shut it down, so there shouldn't be any new devils showing up. If you can deal with the
Yeah,
ones that are already here, there'll be no more devils infesting this place.
that's good.
And I think some of you guys are a little beat up. You guys maybe were talking about resting somewhere, perhaps. There's also a little bit more in this area that you haven't explored everywhere. You don't know what's behind this door over here, or what's on the other end of the maze. Like you guys can kind of see that. Say you guys have already kind of looked around. You guys know that there's this way out of it here. Actually, I'll go ahead and say reveal it because you guys might have, in the process of going around removing the plates, you guys might have seen on the other side of here. There is though a portcullis here that blocks any further area from in here, and so you wouldn't be. Yeah, can't go any further on this side. I think you can tell unless you do something about the portcullis.
Well, is there a way for me to identify if I can disable it or pick it open?
You can roll perception to look for that. Okay, so you think that it can open, but you don't see any way to do that.
Okay.
You think there might be like maybe there's a mechanism that opens it somewhere else, but maybe it's on the other side.
Uh, I ask best friend here if he can open this.
He kind of just looks at it, looks back at you, and looks at it.
Okay. I ask the others if they've seen anything like a lever or a winch.
No.
Okay, so I guess we're not going this way if no one else is gonna say anything.
I said no, but I don't. I didn't. I didn't roll because I'm still leveling up.
All right. Silric, looking around, thinks that agrees with Abrellis's assessment that it might be on the other side there. Like you can kind of able to tell that it looks like it does move, but you think you see like a little bit of a like kind of a maybe on the bottom of it, you kind of you see some like gear work over there that looks like it's maybe leading up this way, like some rods and pistons and whatnot that kind of connect to the levers over here. That was presumably
That
is
connect to the
somewhere on the other
levers?
side. It looks like there might be a lever on the other side of it, but it's probably behind this corner that you can't really see it.
Hmm. Okay.
Unless you had a way to get past these bars from this side, like if somebody had a way to turn gaseous or was really small and able to squeeze through them,
But
or
like
if you could
from what I
bend.
can see through the bars, it's just like a wall, right?
I'm not sure I follow your question.
Can I see through the bars?
Yeah, you could see that there's like a room on there on the other side there. You just can't. Let's see. I could probably reveal a little bit more of it. I think you probably if you look at it from here, yeah, if you look at it from here, you can see that there's a door on the other side as well. You can't see
Okay.
the whole room obviously, but and you might intuit that it's possible to get over to that door if you go through the other door outside like maybe those connect through a hallway or
Well, there's got to be
something.
another door somewhere.
Yeah, well, there's one you've seen that you haven't gone through. That was just outside of this through the other entrance to the rift siphon. You
Yep.
can see
All
it
right.
over here.
Well, we can try this door over here.
Okay. I'm on the wrong PDF. Like looking through, I'm like, what is? Oh, this is book 2. Okay. So this door is not locked, and does not appear to be trapped. I think you guys already looked at this door and just didn't open it. Would you like to open it now?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. So this one is a pretty nondescript room. However, the door in the southeast, down here, has a bronze plaque that's turned green with corrosion, inscribed with spiky runes that hangs on the door. It's in Thessalonian, so I think only Pilbo would be able to read it.
Okay.
And Pilbo, I'm gonna whisper you what the text says.
Oh. I squint my eyes. Do not leave cages open.
All right.
And this door does appear to be locked.
It appears to be locked, or if we try it, it's locked.
We haven't tried it yet, but you see an obvious lock on it, the keyhole.
Okay.
Just something in most of these other doors you haven't seen.
Well, if someone wrote that down on something, then I guess we'll have to assume that there are things running around. I can't imagine people have kept stuff locked in here for that long, or maybe we've already seen some of the things that were supposed to be in here. I'll make my way in quietly and check out the other door.
Yep, that's the one that has the plaque on it. Sorry if that wasn't clear.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check it for traps.
Go ahead and roll a perception. Okay. You do not. You don't see any or see any traps. However, you do think you hear something on the other side of the door. Like you think you hear kind of footsteps, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Like sounds like something moving around in there.
Alright, well, I tell the others that, and I'll say I guess that's to be expected. There was a warning on this door after all. But we gotta explore this place. So if there's any nasty beasties, I say we cut them down.
Yeah, let's kill him.
Alright, I gesture for someone who is more physically strong and looking healthier than myself to open the door, and I'm gonna stay hidden over here for right now until we assess our situation.
Wait, are you still low HP?
Yeah, I am.
A lot of us are.
Did you drink your water stuff?
I have.
Maybe we should rest.
Mm-hmm. I'm low HP. Silveric's low HP. I have no spells.
I do have the wand if you're actually low HP.
Yeah,
I
that's
have
the other
two
thing too.
wands.
We have the Cure Light wand.
I would certainly take it.
I don't know.
The
we
healing,
don't
of
have health bars
course.
on for some reason. We're like we see each other's.
Oh, you guys can't see each other's health bars?
Yeah, that's why no
No.
one knows who's at what health.
Huh, okay. I should probably change that.
If you think
Once
that's
you change
reasonable as a
that,
GM,
you'll
some
have to
GMs might think
retie
it's
them
not
to the
good.
character sheet
but-
so that it holds. I think that's the annoying part is like if you make changes you have to keep retying it.
Yeah.
I got my character leveled up now too, so we're good.
Cool. I think I think this is everyone now. So you guys should be
Okay.
able to see each other's
I
health
see.
bars now.
Brellis is just in the dark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what you're
I
doing
moved
here.
myself
Alright,
down a
so
little bit.
I'm gonna use a Cure Light Wounds charge on 3 people, yeah. You can roll your
I
own.
thank you.
So you're using it on Umbrella, Silric, and Hannah?
Yeah.
I'm only down 12 HP.
That's
I
fine.
mean,
Yeah,
That's
I
a lot
mean,
of
it's
charge.
most just gonna.
30
8
isn't
plus
bad
1.
though for your class.
I was gonna say you have barely less than me. Only 12 con though.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
a
I think
ranged
she has
I
like
have
character, though.
16.
14. I'll never
Okay, yeah, she has
play
more
a
than-
character less than 14 con. I've been a game master
Yeah,
too
it's
much to
sketchy.
know better, you know.
Yeah, like Pluto said, I'm ranged. That was my excuse.
So am
Those are some
I,
good rolls.
but
Wow.
I also don't want to get like
I guess who
slay
are those
livings and
rolls
shit.
going to?
Was it from left to right or
Yeah, left to right.
so? Oof, Seeker
So
only
I
got the
get
2
two.
hit points, but no, left to right. So I think Seeker got the 2.
So
And
I
you got
get
the
the
8.
8.
2.
I think so.
Yeah, you get 8.
Okay, that's a lot more for me. That's nicer.
Yeah, and
I
Swinky
thank
gets
you.
+9. But
Thank
Silver
you.
get 33 out of 44. All right, that's respectable.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Pilbo. He's been very helpful now.
As a reminder,
And
this
improved.
door is actually locked right now, so unless you want someone to kick the door down.
I will go and I will pick it.
Okay.
And then once I know it's open, I will back up, be quiet and stealthy, and allow someone else to open it.
I thought you were the door
That's,
opener.
It's a pretty big
What's
I
going on?
assumption.
was
but-
until I got hit a lot. So until I get all my HP back, I can't really open doors. Do you want me to face check everything at low health?
Yes. Yeah, you have 23 health. You're fine.
Does the 23 do it?
Nope.
Okay.
You think you're
give me a
close,
little bit
though.
longer.
Dang.
I'll get this in just a moment.
There you go.
Either go here or go back
You
to
get
where
it
we
up.
were.
You get it
Yeah.
open on after spending another half minute or so on it. You hear that little click, and you're pretty sure that now you can safely open the door.
Yep. I look to Pilbo since he looks to be the guy stepping up, and I say the spotlight's all yours, mate.
All right. I'm gonna open the door. Gonna open
Okay.
it slowly.
You're gonna try to do it and get a peek in without anybody noticing.
Yeah.
All
Try
right,
and
go
get a
ahead and
peek
roll
in.
that stealth check. I know it's not gonna be a very good roll, but
All right.
let's
Let me
see
make
it.
sure I have my armor checked. 2.
It's a good roll though. What do these things have? Okay.
What do these things have? He says.
Well, you're gonna
I
get to see
think
him in a
there's a
second.
combat coming up. I
Potentially.
have a suspicion.
Okay. Well, you rolled really good though. So, yeah, I'm gonna give you a little peek into here without these. They don't notice you right away. What you see are these creatures look to be composed of half-formed body parts, standing on 2 monstrous legs, a mouthful of jagged teeth dominating its bulbous head, and its veins pulsing beneath transparent flesh. Um, and they don't really look
Yucky.
like they have proper arms. I'm gonna make this token a little bigger so you can kind of see it while I'm revealing more of the map. You see a few of these, and they don't seem like they notice you, at least initially. So if you'd like, you can kind of close the door back up and then prepare, like kind of quietly, just because right now you're just kind of looking at them through like a partially open door. As for the room itself, stone tables line the sides of this room. Top them are battered iron cages of various sizes, many of which hold the skeletal remains of various occupants. A number of these have been forcibly wrenched open and lie in ruins, which you think they might be the ones, those ones might be the ones that these used to be in. And I'll also mention as well, these things look like they're only like about 3 feet tall. Like they'd be classified as size small. So maybe I'll make the tokens a little smaller. What'd you like to do?
So I'm going to whisper to the party what I see.
Okay. Do you close the door back up before you do that?
Yes.
You do so. Door is closed up again, but I'm gonna leave the map revealed so you guys know it's there. And then yeah, Pillow kind of whispers about there's these monstrous things in there.
I say
Well,
they're
it sounds
pretty
like they're
small.
made of fleshy bits, so I should be able to shoot them.
I nod back at him and I say we can take him. I'll back you up.
I'll move
I heard
into
you.
a position to fire an arrow when the door's opened, and I'll ready that action.
Guess I'll load my sling.
Okay. Somebody will have to open the door back up, but
Yeah, I'm
yeah, the
counting
rest of you
on one
guys.
of the melee people to do that.
Yep. So
I give a nod to Pilbow that I'm ready. My
okay,
bow's
Bilbo, do you open the
drawn.
door for them?
All right, yeah, I'm gonna open the door.
Okay. Pilbo opens the door, and you may all take apart from Pilbo, who kind of used his surprise action to open the door. The rest of you have a surprise action. You may take a single move or standard action before we roll initiative, because these creatures do not expect this.
Okay.
That angle won't work. I can shoot this one though. So no point blank. No spell combat. No. Yeah, rapid shot. Wait, rapid shot's only full round. No rapid shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can
Single
do
attack
spell
action
strike.
with. Boy. Yeah.
I'm just gonna move
I'm
down.
gonna hold my.
I'm just gonna roll
Bullet.
them separate.
Okay.
Boy, that means I get 2 attacks though, right?
No, you get one attack. You
Oh,
get
I
to
just spell
cast.
strike
You
on the
can
thing. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, you can cast Acid Splash and then do a free attack, but you still get just that one attack. But
Okay,
you can use
so
that attack as a spell
normal.
strike. Although you have
This
to
is
be
like
within
the
range of Acid Splash to do that.
Just
yeah,
shove 'em
which
in.
I'm not in range. So I'm just gonna
Okay.
shoot the guy, the far
Okay.
guy,
That
and I
one
rolled a 2
Make
for
over.
sure you shut the
damage.
kitchen door too.
Yeah.
This guy right over here.
Yep.
Okay. You hit his flat-footed AC, no problem, and he takes. It looks
Cool.
like all of the damage goes through.
I need more damage. What's wrong with me? Okay, who else? That's my surprise.
Am I able to occupy this square
Sure.
5 feet from me? Okay. I would like to shoot this one with my short bow.
Okay. Nice. You take it out in one shot.
Wow.
All right, everyone can roll initiative now.
No one else is doing surprise actions?
No.
Silric moved a
No.
little bit closer, and then Hannah wanted to hold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I take too many penalties to shoot, so.
Yeah, but if you hit, then it's probably dead, and we don't even have to go into rounds.
It's a
Apparently,
sling bullet. I doubt it.
it has like 1 or 2 HP left.
I'm sorry, but I made my decision.
No problem. I accidentally didn't click my token, so the first initiative is mine, unfortunately.
it's a nice 2 initiative there. Okay. I think that's everyone's initiative, right? Or no, I haven't got Pilbo yet. No, he did. He was early. Okay, cool. We got everyone then. All right. I'll just hit this to sort button. So, Abrellis, you get to go first.
That's
This
good.
is regular initiative now.
Maybe I can pick off another one. I'm gonna move within. I'm gonna take a. That's right. Okay. I don't think this is enough. Yeah, it's 35. I'm gonna move a little closer. So if one move and a short bow shot.
Right within sneak attack range.
Yep, 30 feet.
All right. You take this one out as well.
Yep, this is the best
Wow.
of rogue is like low level when they've got like 2 sneak attack dice. They really
Yeah.
shine at level 3 and 4.
All right, Jace. Yeah, just be as long as you
Oh,
beat
there's
him
a
in
third one. I
initiative.
didn't even know.
Just... Yeah, there's one in the bottom of the room down here.
Let's see. I could try and full round it. I mean, I have a longbow. Why not? Sure, I'll 5-foot step into the doorway here and. Feet's fine. I can't spell strike or anything, but I can rapid shot, and I'm gonna full round it with rapid shot. Da, 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 da. Wait, how does rapid shot? Does I just roll an extra at a -2, right?
-2 to all your attacks, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just roll my normal twice, and that'll be fine. Apply the -2. I'm gonna hit recalculate and see if the. Just because I've been having so many issues with the buffs on this sheet, not updating.
I have a rule
No, it's
with the
still
Roll20
+6.
sheet
Okay.
is anytime you make a change on the sheet, click into another field so that it registers that you're completed whatever
Yeah.
you did.
I do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, but what I'm doing here is checking and unchecking buffs, so there's no.
I end up just
Like,
clicking in a white field after I
change.
do that anyways. I'm just like, I
I
don't
usually
know.
click in the white
It's this
space.
weird thing that like the server needs to like refresh itself or something.
It's annoying. yeah.
Anyways, looks like my numbers are up to date, so those are my 2 attacks.
Okay.
with
You
the
get one
-2.
attack to hit. The other one, the 8 misses. And this thing is still up, but does look pretty badly hurt.
Really, that one's stronger then. It took a lot more damage than the other ones took.
Gonna kill us all now.
No, Umbrellas did like 15 damage and
Yeah, I
14
Oh, I
damage
didn't
with the
count
2
the
low level
attacks.
precision
rogue
damage.
does a lot of
Oh, I didn't
damage.
count precision damage. It's yeah.
You guys
Okay.
carry me now on and I'll carry you later.
Like I'm doing the damage that one lady was doing to us now.
Yeah.
Because I finally have 2d6 sneak attack.
Oh, Tarisha, yeah. This thing does kind of a screech at you, and yeah, comes running at you, and he's gonna charge you.
He's the smart one.
Does a 24 hit?
Yes.
So he's gonna do some damage here. Take 4 damage, and do you have any magical effects on you right now? Like spells?
No, except my good looks.
Okay, so nothing else happens. You just take the damage.
The line my paladin needs to pick up.
Rubbing off on him.
Best friend sees one of you guys getting attacked and doesn't like that. He runs over here and tries to whomp this thing.
Secret, your paladin's catchphrase should be, "You don't have to be a druid to be this naturally good looking."
Oh dear.
Looks like best friend's gonna finish this thing off.
Okay,
Yay.
that.
It looks like they're still
job, best
alive,
friend.
but it's twitching on the ground over there. But if you like, you guys can go around and finish them off. You can also roll, anybody who has it can roll knowledge dungeoneering to know what these things actually are.
I might have
But
put
we
a
are-
point in that this level.
We are out of combat now, though.
I did.
I think I did
I put several
too.
points.
Boom. Nailed it.
That's a good one.
So, does silver?
I kind of just have a
continue?
point in everything at this point.
Like all the knowledges.
I have everything except knowledge and ability, which I'm pretty sure Hannah has.
That's a background skill.
No, Silver only has history. He's a historical guy.
No, I said Hannah.
I know. I was saying, does Silver have it? Because I was looking at a sheet and I was confirming that no,
okay,
he
okay.
doesn't.
Yeah, yeah.
But I
You
did
get
bring
ability,
it,
right?
yes.
Hannah and Jace both know. I think Abrellis missed the DC on this by 1. So Abrellis knows that these are aberrations, but the rest of you guys know that these are what are called flesh dregs, and they're basically they're like sin spawn, but they're not as they're kind of like partially developed sin spawn, like they're not properly formed, which makes them a little bit weaker. You know, if you run into these things again, they have some similar abilities as sin spawn do. They have whatever sin they're tied to. They have the ability to kind of smell creatures with that. Although you're not sure which ones these are tied to exactly. There are some hints in here that you might be able to tell, but the knowledge roll isn't going to give you that. And you know that they have a limited amount of spell resistance as well. They're also immune to mind affecting effects. But they're dead now, so now they're really immune to mind affecting. And then
All right.
yeah,
Is anything going on in this?
there's another
room?
door down here.
Like, hieroglyphs or anything?
Yeah, you can roll another perception if you want. So far, just when you first walk in, you just see that there's like some broken like tables and cages along the wall, and some that aren't broken but have like bones in them, basically. Things that
I'll
may have
check it
died
out
there a
too.
long time ago. All right. You were pretty confident that there isn't anything valuable in this room. There is, like I said, there's a door down here though that does not have like it doesn't look like it has any lock or anything on it. Um, and it appears, yeah, does not appear to be trapped either.
Okay, I'll
But
let
yeah,
everybody
otherwise
know.
nothing else in this room.
Nothing significant. It's a wide hall for some reason.
Yep. It seems like it was just meant to contain these things. I'll go down here and check this door.
Okay. Yep. Like I said, no locks or traps on it. Do you want to open it?
Okay. I'll open it quietly.
Okay. And it leads to a hallway
Alright.
with what you probably can intuit is the door on the other side of that that portcullis.
I'll carefully check the hallway and then make my way over to the door.
You don't think you see anything, and you make your way over to the door, and
Then I'll try to
looks
open it.
just like the last one. Yep, and it opens up.
Alright. Looks like we found it.
Stout iron portcullis blocks eastern entrance, and there's a winch that stands to the side. There's a skeleton still in scorched half plate armor that it wore in life, slumped over right next to the winch.
I
Does
check
the
everything
half-plate
on the
armor
skeleton.
look like not damaged, or does it appear all rusty and broken?
It looks very rusty, and you think it would need to be repaired, but it is a very high quality masterwork half plate with the broken condition right now.
So
You think
me,
if
the
you took
player,
it,
doesn't know how the broken condition works, but it sounds cool.
I'll be right back.
Like, I would probably want to take this as someone who is very interested in metalsmithing. If the party's willing to wait for me to gather it.
Well, yeah, it just means that it basically gives less bonus right now because it's broken.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
More
mean,
armor
yeah, I
check
guess I don't know
penalty.
how to repair it, like what the
the
mechanics are,
bonus
but
it
I
would
can figure
grant
that out.
to AC would be halved.
Oh, I don't want it. I can't even wear it yet. But I
Yeah.
figure
You
someone else
just
on the party
gotta-
might want it, or it's just a good hobby thing for me to
Yeah,
repair.
I'm just letting you know. This is the broken condition makes it so the armor has half its bonus. You take double your
Okay.
armor check penalty.
It'd be
What does it
nice if
Yeah,
take
someone
to
else
yeah.
repair it?
carried that.
Yeah. Yeah, if we
It's
could
pretty
get
heavy.
it repaired and onto Pilbow, it'd be pretty good.
I
Yeah.
can probably repair it, and I can probably carry it. Well, let me check. I have some strength. Uh,
Weighs 50 pounds.
Yeah, I cannot carry
okay.
that.
Well, apparently I can't carry it yet. Why? What is weighing
I
so
can
much for me?
carry it if somebody takes some stuff off me.
Like what?
Well, I got a masterwork chain shirt, a heavy steel shield, and a scale mail.
You
Why
have to
does
carry
my
some other
masterwork
armor
weigh
chain
10
shirt?
pounds?
Do you
Broken.
want to get rid of that Masterwork chain shirt permanently?
Yeah.
Can I have it?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll take it off of you.
Well, you have. Oh yeah, that's what I'm using too. Okay.
I have studded leather right now, but I'll take the Masterwork chain shirt because it's only got a
Alright, I can now
-1
carry
armor check
this
penalty.
broken full plate. Or plate.
Yep. It's a broken half plate.
Half plate, there we go.
Yeah. Once you fix it though, it'll be a +8 armor bonus. Max dex bonus a +0 though. But
I don't think
armor
he
check
has
I
as
still
penalty
much
have
is
this
dex.
old chain shirt. That's the problem from when we got gear lended to us.
no. You still
Spoiler
have it
alert, I
probably,
didn't.
right?
Yeah, I don't want to be carrying it though. It's heavy.
And then yeah, once you get this thing fixed up, it'll be worth like 700 gold or something. It's pretty valuable. 750, I think. Actually, it's a +150 for masterwork, and it's 600 base.
Yeah. So I can definitely
Pretty decent.
try and repair it
Decently
when we get
valuable.
back to town.
Wait, you said it's
sure.
masterwork?
Yeah.
It is masterwork. Yeah, it's just broken right now.
Oh,
That's
okay.
That's the only
Okay,
problem.
yeah, I gotta.
Let me just
Sorry about that.
demonstrate to you my abilities.
Yep, masterwork just
Actually,
makes it so
if
the
it's
armor check penalty.
Masterwork, oh, the armor check penalty is 1
It's
less,
gonna be
but wouldn't.
-6. Yep.
Yeah.
But since it's broken,
Yeah.
it'll be -12. So, and you only get a +4 bonus to the armor with it because it's
Pretty
so
sure I can
corroded.
repair it though.
So right now it's probably not worth it to wear it, but once you repair it, yeah, either you could do it with mundane repairing, or even just if somebody has the spell make whole or something like that, you could probably do it too.
Sell it to a
Oh, yeah, best
collector.
friends
Don't call
do
the
it.
sacred art of metalsmithing and armorsmithing mundane.
Mm.
Extraordinary. And you're going to be seeing a lot of it this campaign.
We're in a campaign. Is this a race?
It's the amazing race.
Alright, so
So who's carrying it?
Do we remember
Koa's
any
carrying
other
it?
paths? I'm
I don't.
carrying it.
I think the only other path I can think of is down in that underwater thing we avoided.
To rest if we're gonna do that, or I'm gonna have to like be
Yeah.
not very useful.
I mean,
I think we should rest.
yeah, we can rest.
Where would you like to rest?
In the spiral.
got
Go
options.
back
right
to
in the
the
center.
go back to the
I
room
just
you guys
realized
rested in last time.
I didn't
Where they
learn
had
new
the
spells.
fountain.
I should learn new spells.
The fountain's probably the best place to do it.
Yeah. We can just jump in it if we get hurt.
Yeah.
Is best friend hurt at all?
Nope.
No,
If you
he
remember,
even repairs
he
himself.
yeah
He
he can
is-
self-repair himself.
Yeah, fast healing.
Oh.
He's pretty dope.
Yep. I think it's just me and Hannah that are missing a significant amount of health.
Silurk's
Yeah, I'm just
still
missing
hurt.
minor.
Rest, then I can try to figure out like more useful spells.
Well, we should prepare tomorrow for taking out those things that are living in the water. Because this section is like blocked off to us at the moment because of the things that ambushed us before. So definitely prepare to fight these things.
Yeah, you do think if you want to continue further and explore, you'll have to find a way past the aquatic sin spawn, either by fighting them or finding a way around. Like if you can find a way across that pool without fighting them, that would work too. But it's gonna be a
All
little
right.
bit harder to do at this level.
Then I'll lead us back to the fountain.
Okay, cool.
Pull you guys back to that map. Which I think is this one. Yeah. Those tokens are all over the place, but I'm gonna start moving people back over towards where the fountain room is. Gosh, this map is big. Okay. These are all back at the fountain. Anyone
Can
who
you
hasn't
shift
already
ping
drank.
us?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Anyone who hasn't already drank their fountain water probably should do it before you rest, because once you rest, you'll be able to drink from it again.
Yeah,
that's
I
what I was
think I
planning on
did because
doing.
I needed to restore myself somehow.
Yeah.
So no for that.
All right, so I guess we rest,
I don't
right?
have it written down for some reason.
Yep.
And I'm gonna set best friend to guard.
Oh yeah, I don't have best friend over here.
Pluto, how much is the water? Oh no, here it is. Cure light wounds at caster level 3.
Yeah, 1d8 plus 3 and a restoration at caster level 3 is a lesser restoration rather.
Woo, minimum. It's fine. Oh, I'm still at max health. Okay, we're fine. Strength damage goes away.
Yep, and from
I'm gonna
sleeping
be
you
able
guys
to prepare the best spell ever now.
will probably about when you guys get here actually, best friend stops, kind of goes in a shutdown mode.
Oh.
Uh-oh, is he out of power?
Maybe.
I tell him, hey, don't worry. I take the key, the no qual key I have, and I wind him up.
Okay, and yep, he's good to go again.
Oh, yay! Okay. Does he want to keep us company as we keep watch throughout the night?
Yeah, I
No,
think
yeah, I set him to guard.
that was Abrellis'
Okay.
idea, is that he can keep watch for you guys.
Well, I want to. I mean, we just found this creature yesterday. I don't want us all to be sleeping around him. You never know. This is a demon-infested, uh, you know, area. There could be a demon inside of him that's just waiting for us to put our guard down. So I insist that we have people watch as well.
That's fine. I just told him what to do.
But he will be great company.
Yep, the quiet kind.
Yeah.
All right. We rest, I guess.
Okay. And the only things that bother you during the night is you kind of hear occasionally some weird noises, but um, nothing bothers you. Like nothing comes into this chamber and disrupts your sleep.
Okay.
And yep, you guys all heal for 4 hit points for overnight rest, and recharge your spells. And anyone who needs some extra healing can also drink from the fountain here as well.
No, but I
Well,
will
I
gather
think
some
I'm
more
just gonna
potions,
bottle.
water. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to bottle some of the water.
I'm
Okay.
gonna do the same.
Can I put it in a water skin?
Sure.
Alright, I'm gonna pour my
And
water
if
skin out on the ground and fill it with this water.
that's what I was gonna ask too, is if we drink it for the effect and we continue drinking it, does it act as normal water just without the healing properties?
Right. Yeah. After you use it the first time, it'll just act as normal water, and
Okay,
then
then
also
I'll just do the
after a
same thing.
day, it'll if you try
It'll
to drink from the
revert to
same
normal
water
water.
pouch after a day, it'll revert to normal water anyway.
Okay, I'll fill my water skin up with the healing water. Then it tastes a little bit purer and cleaner and mystical than
Yeah.
the gross stream, whatever river water I have.
I guess since we're on this map, you guys probably can't see each other's health bars because I haven't. Yeah. Even if I had tied them, I haven't got around to doing that yet. But even if I had, these are old versions of it, so it won't be on there. But I think you guys are all mostly full. All right, so you guys go back to back down the other layer then.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's try and get those aquatic monsters this time.
All right, tokens are probably back where they were before, so I don't know if you guys are actually going back to the same spot. I'm gonna actually probably pull your
Let's go
tokens
over
back up
here.
here. Okay, that works too. So you guys kind of take a same path that you guys took last time, then going through the bottom door right here on in that first room, and then looping around.
Yeah.
Yep. Then yeah, you guys don't run into any trouble. The fire explosion trap that was over there by that statue seems to still be disabled.
Yay.
Okay, I prepared different spells today.
Okay.
What did you
Uh,
prepare, Hannah? What can you use to help us fight these things?
I can send missiles at it.
Okay, good.
It's pretty
Now,
good.
we know that they won't show themselves unless they know that there's prey available.
I think they just won't get out of the water. So if somebody just goes into the water, I'm sure they'll swarm around you immediately.
Yes, they will.
I've
So I look
cast
Yeah, I don't
mage
really
to...
armor on
know how
Silric
to
and myself
help with this.
from the wand.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my backpack. Once we get in the room, I'm going to set my backpack down, so I'm
Okay.
not encumbered
Yes.
while swimming.
Okay.
Yeah, I was also looking at my equipment and stuff, and I'm just figure out something with that.
It's probably a good time to use the bark skin ability too on Silric. And that stacks with
Ooh.
And
mage
I'll
armor because
cast
they're different bonuses.
Alright.
Shield of
Fact, but I
Faith
can make
on
one.
myself.
What did it say it was? It was
Yeah, it
just
should
plus
be.
2?
It'll just be a +2 natural armor bonus right now. When you get to level 6, it turns to a +3, and +4 at 9, and it caps out at +5 at level 12.
So it does use a key power to put that up, so you're now down 1 key.
Yep. You'll be
Alright.
down to 3 key points, but it lasts for 40 minutes, so it'll probably last for this fight, and you'll probably still have it up in the fight after this, most likely, depending on how long it takes to get to another fight. But could depend. I mean, if you guys fight this and then spend like an hour trying to figure out how to swim or something, then then it could wear off.
What kind of bonus is it? Do you recall?
It is a natural armor bonus,
Right,
natural armor enhancement bonus, actually.
Okay.
hmm Which
I'm
mostly
gonna
just means if
take...
you already have like natural armor from being like a merfolk or something, then it stacks with that.
I'm gonna take a length of rope and throw it towards the water, but hold on to one end.
Okay.
And then I tell best friend to hold this rope.
Okay. He'll do that.
Now I tell him to pull in all of the rope.
Okay. He does that. Pulls the rope.
Alright. I tie the wet end of the rope around Silric, and then I give the other end of the rope back to best friend, and I tell him to hold this rope and stay.
Okay. He sits there holding the rope.
Alright.
Alright, Silric. This is this is mighty brave of you. But we've
Watch
got
my
your back.
Alright, I go to the water.
I'm gonna take out my my short sword.
Okay.
I'll be ready to. I'm gonna ready an action to cast. When you say you're gonna ready to cast a spell, do you have to be specific which spell, or can it just be a spell, any spell?
You can ready a standard action to...
Yep.
You can ready a standard action, but it doesn't matter what the standard action is, as long as the condition
Yeah.
is met, you get to do it.
Okay, then I'm gonna
Yeah, you
ready
can
an
just
action
ready
to
an
cast
action
a
to do a spell.
when I see them.
It's just like when you do counterspell. Like you don't necessarily with counterspell you don't have to pick the spell either, right? Because
Right, because
you
you
do a
first you have to
spellcraft
identify
check,
the thing cast, and then cast that spell.
and then you determine what spell you want to cast. Like if they're
Yep.
casting haste, you can be like, oh, I have haste prepared. I'm going to counter it by casting haste as well, or by casting slow. Or you can do dispel magic. But like you get that chance to just do it without making the cast or the opposed caster level check by just having the right spell. So yeah, like there's precedent for not having to specify a specific spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you can even change it up if you want.
So, quick reminder as well, you'd remember as well from your previous fight that ranged attacks into the water are going to be at a pretty big disadvantage as well, particularly relevant to Jace. So keep that in mind.
Sorry, what were you saying about range attacks?
Penalties.
I'm reminding you that ranged attacks into the water are not going to be very effective.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
they
yeah.
get like total cover from
I'm
being in the
a
water.
little bit useless here, but it's fine.
Not as useless as I was last time we were here.
All right. So I'm gonna go into the water now.
I'm ready.
All right.
Get in the water. I'll swim out a little
He's
bit.
our worm that we're dangling out in there.
Here,
Okay.
fishy, fishy, fishy.
And I'm just gonna have everyone roll initiative. You're obviously you guys are all expecting to be attacked here, so like even though you can't see them right away, you are prepared. And one's gonna like kind of show up, like it's kind of as close as it gets to a surprise round. One kind of swims up next to you. I'm gonna get on the GM layer, and so there's one here in the water right next to you. The roll best friends initiative. Best friend gets a healthy 20 that he's not gonna do anything with really. Yeah, they all kind of swim up to the surface, and you guys can all kind of see them, but they are right at kind of under the water, close to the surface, but not above the surface. Oops, I gotta add a turn for this guy too. And these are
Okay. My surprise action when I can. Or I'll just roll it now. Either way, I'm gonna send
yeah.
two
Go ahead.
missiles
You ready to
at
action?
the closest one to Silric.
Okay.
Oops. Shoot, I haven't done these for a while. 1d4 plus 1. 1d4 plus 1. That's it. Okay. So there's 2 of them. Both at the same guy.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a caster level check.
Oh, fun.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they have spell
These are
resistance. Interesting.
Yeah, there's sin spawn. You guys, I think, already knew that they had spell resistance. When you
Yeah.
when you saw the other one that was in the cage.
Boom.
Okay. You overcome the spell resistance.
Yay. I didn't waste a spell.
And you damage this thing. Alright, so let's see here. This one. They rolled pretty high on their initiatives for the most part. Okay. Descending order. So yeah, this one it's gonna swim over and it's gonna take a bite at Silric. Does an 18 hit Silric with all your mage
Ooh.
armor and
No.
And what do you have, like 20 AC now?
It's 19.
Nice,
So
just
it
above it.
almost hit, but
Yeah.
it didn't get high enough. All right, Umbrella.
So is this creature that Hannah hit is some of it above water, or is it still mostly submerged, but I can see it?
It's mostly submerged, but you can see it. It will get cover,
I could give you more AC if I wanted to spend
which
all my
also means you
spells.
won't be able to do precision damage to it with ranged attacks.
Oh, I'm not going ranged.
Okay.
I'm gonna get in there.
All right.
And
In that case, if you're doing a melee attack on it, you will get precision damage against it because it will be considered flat-footed versus you.
yep. And my
It did
short
not
sword
really.
is piercing.
Yep. So no penalties for underwater then either.
And yeah, I think that's it. Can I charge it?
Unfortunately, no.
Darn. Okay, so it's just this. Hits flat-footed.
Ooh.
Hits flat-footed.
Nice.
That is enough that you actually take it out.
Oh my god.
And
Agrella
Agrella screams at the top of her lungs, "Eat shite, you moistened bint!"
Jeez.
Best friend's gonna continue following his orders. This thing is unconscious. Pilbo.
Um. Can't reach that one in one move.
Channel. Oh,
Unless
you
you want to
probably don't have
get damage
selective yet.
too.
Yeah, do you
I
want
don't think
damage?
Realized.
I don't think he's
You
been
probably don't have
has selective channeling.
yet.
No, I don't have select.
Never mind.
I don't even know if he's gonna get it because I don't think he has high enough charisma to like.
All right, so what I'm
explode
gonna
four
do
people.
is I'm gonna charge this one.
Okay.
Into water? Is that even legal?
Because he's he's close enough to the edge of the water. I think he should be able to charge that one. Umbrellas had to cross 2 squares of water. That was the difference. This one you just have to enter a
Okay.
square of water.
Boom.
Yeah, he ends in the square that he needs to get into.
Yep. That's the difference here.
Okay.
That'll hit. And you're using a piercing weapon, right?
Yes.
His Kestis, I think,
Cestus.
whatever
Cestus,
it is.
yeah. Yep. Okay. That'll hit, and you do some damage to this thing. Jace.
Yes. Well, I'm worried that the fight's not even gonna last very long for my plan to work.
Good.
But
We-
it's fine. I'll
The
do it
shorter it is,
anyways.
the better.
I'm going to move to the
Yeah,
edge
I've never heard a
here.
player complain. Oh man, I'm worried that this fight we might win this fight
know.
too fast.
Well, I might waste the spell is all, but I hope you're proud of me, Pluto. Okay, I thought about this one. I'm
Okay.
going to spell strike attack the one that's not in melee combat and hard to hit. The one that's off on his own.
Okay.
And I'm going to choose to do my spell at the end of my attack.
Wait, what?
And so
Hold up a
I'm
minute.
gonna
You moved,
attack
so you
then.
can't do. You moved like 20, 15 feet here.
Can't
So you can't do spell
you-
combat.
Not spell combat, spell strike.
Spell strike. You can't
Oh, never mind.
reverse
Okay,
the order on
okay,
that. 'Cause
never
spell
mind.
strike.
Where was I? Was
Yeah.
I like here or here?
Yeah.
This is fine. Yeah, spell combat's what. Okay, I forgot. Okay. You can't be that proud of me then, but a little proud of me. Okay, no
Okay.
point blank.
I'm actually
I'm gonna
disappointed
spell.
if anything.
I can 5-foot step though. Oh, I can 5-foot step and then I'm in point blank. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. All right, I'm attacking that same one. Full round. Spell combat. No spell strike because it's not a touchy spell.
Okay.
And
It's not an attack spell.
Nope. And I want to do it after
Okay.
the attack.
Sure.
So God, I don't have any full round set up. Whatever, it's fine because I don't get an extra attack, so it's just a single attack, right?
Yeah, if you're not using rapid shot, you just get one attack anyway.
Yeah, I'm not using rapid shot. And then I'm
Okay,
going to cast my spell.
Yep, that'll attack will miss. Go ahead and cast your spell though.
Spell cast.
True strike. All right, good choice.
Because no concealment. Yeah? That good?
Well, they're not getting concealment; they're getting cover, but still, the plus 20
Oh.
is a good way to overcome that.
I was thinking concealment was cover, but it's not. Okay. Never mind, don't be proud of me. I'm just dumb. God, Magus is so freaking hard.
That's still a good play
It's not a bad
because
choice,
even
but
because that's gonna easily be higher than the penalty you're getting that the armor class
oh yeah, I
bonus
guess
you're getting from
cover
being
is
underwater.
just an AC
It's an
bonus. I
AC
was
bonus,
thinking,
but
yeah.
yeah, it still
I was
helps with
thinking it
that
was
because otherwise you're
reversed.
gonna have
Yeah,
a
this
hard
is
time
good.
hitting.
Okay, this is good. I don't understand all the things,
Hannah.
but it's good. Now I get it.
I think instead of magic missiling this round, I'm gonna give my allies a chance to finish them off since they are seemingly not that strong. I'm going to cast Cantrip instead, and
Okay.
just as a reminder, did I remember if they were immune or resistant to acid?
Nope, you don't think they are. You just think that they have spell resistance, and they're immune to mind affecting effects. Just
Okay.
like the flesh dregs.
Right, then spell resistance no, and I'm going to send an acid splash at the one closest to my allies so that we reduce the amount of damage it produces. Or maybe I should do the further because nobody's in my cover. I think Pilbo might be causing some cover.
Which one are you shooting at? The closer one here?
I'm gonna do that one.
The longer one.
The longer one. Okay. Yeah, no cover. Other than the water.
That's against its touch, but I think that did it.
Yeah, it's flat-footed touch.
Oh, is that one still flat-footed?
So that'll hit. Mm-hmm. Hasn't gone yet.
Nice.
Yep, it's the slow one.
If you're going after just as touch or just as flat-footed, then with the cover it would have missed, but because it's flat-footed and it's against touch, you're hitting it, despite the cover. Okay. Takes some acid damage.
Yeah.
All right. Do you move anywhere, or are you good right there?
I'm
good right here.
All right, Silric, what would you like to do? No, sorry.
Can I even fight
I hit the
water?
next. I hit the next turn button and then remembered that I actually hadn't confirmed that Hannah wasn't going to move. So it's your turn now, though. So yeah, if you do
Can I
want to move in
even
the water,
punch?
you have to make a swim check. But you can. Punching in the water is harder than normal because the water is
It's
getting
water.
in the way of your fists. Yeah, so that's why usually the only way you can do, if you have a piercing weapon, you can do those with no penalties. If you try to punch it, it's gonna not be as effective though.
I'm
However,
just
you
gonna-
can do multiple punches, I guess. So I'm not sure which is better, honestly. Like you can flurry and do
her
like 2 punches
let's see.
at half effective,
Her
or you could pull out a
shuriken
dagger.
are piercing, and you can technically melee with it.
Okay. Well, that's an option too. Then you
Alright.
can flurry with shuriken, I guess.
Alright.
I
I'll do
guess, right?
that.
Those are monk weapons, so
Yeah.
they only do like 1d2 damage. I'm not, so again, I'm not sure if that's
Right.
better or not, but
I mean, it's worth
Well,
a try.
you want to hit, right? You have.
yeah, most of the penalty, like you have a small penalty to the attack rolls for unarmed strike underwater. The biggest penalty is you do half damage. But half of a D8 might still be better than a D2.
It's true. It's just doing D8s now. I'd say
Yeah.
just punch it twice. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, are they
Let's
harder
do
to
it.
hit? Maybe we do a power attack?
You get a -2 to your attack rolls underwater with bludgeoning, so it's gonna make them a little bit harder to hit, but
Yeah. So that would be a +5 instead of a +7. Power attack. Yeah. Yeah, I would just say flurry it without the power attack. I think I already edited your damage field, so you should be good.
It's a good thing this is Unchained Monk, because like normal Monk is actually like really annoyingly complicated.
yeah.
Oh no.
Oh.
So you didn't confirm the crit, but you do
Ah,
hit
dang.
twice. And again, your fists aren't able to do as much damage underwater, but you do still look you did more damage than Pilbo did by a little bit because you were able to punch him twice.
Wow, comparing the PCs. He's trying to turn us against each other, guys.
Rude.
Oh, whoops.
If underwater combat is a thing that's gonna happen frequently, there is a feat that you can take to make your unarmed strikes deal piercing damage. It's a style feat.
There we go. Yep.
Yep, that's why I like the
You basically do
brawler.
like mantis style.
Matt hates
Is
the
it like
brawler.
float like a butterfly,
Alright,
sting like a bee
And that's
style?
your turn, right?
Mhm.
This thing is going to swim up and try to bite Silric as well.
Everybody wants a piece of the hot elf.
The emo boy elf? Yeah.
I don't know if he's emo, but
That's what
He
we've been
misses.
told, I thought.
Yeah, he's a little bit emo.
oh, okay.
Jace is secretly jealous of all the attention.
Oh.
Alright. This one is going to take an attack on Silric as well. Ooh, and it looks like he's going to hit.
Ah, darn it. It finally got him.
Alright, so he's going to do
1d6 con damage.
he's going to do
I'm just
7
putting
damage to
ideas
you,
out there.
and I need a will save from Silric as well. Oof. It's not a very good roll. Alright, you have the sickened condition, which I think is a check mark box you can put on your sheet. Basically, it's going to give you some penalties to attacks, saves, and skills checks, I think, for a few minutes as you feel this kind of like overwhelming sensation of wrath come upon you, enough so that it's like clouding your thoughts and making it hard for you to focus.
Are they touching or hitting the AC? Because your AC's 21, not 19.
Yeah, they rolled a 22.
Right, I just thought I heard her say it was 19 earlier, so it wasn't.
Sorry, I lied. It's 21.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
Mark
22
kid
still
that goes
hit.
to 21, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I could give you another +4 shield bonus with
She wanted to
shield
make
or
Pluto
the
feel like he was
deflection
close
bonus.
the first time.
Alright.
You
So it's
want
gonna try
another
to-
+4 AC?
It's also gonna try to claw at you twice, but those are both gonna miss. And it's Umbrellas' turn.
Okay. I'm going to take... Gosh, I wish I... So, there's this really cool rogue talent called, like, repositioning attack or something bonkers like that, and I think it works no matter what kind of terrain you're in, because all it says is that you're just allowed to move 30 feet as long as you stay within this thing's reach, but I don't have it, but that would be so good right now.
That would be good right now, yeah.
I don't know how it works, like, literally, like how what the physics behind this would be, but it would be awesome. But instead, I am just going to try and stab it. No, wait, I changed my mind. I'm going to try and feint it.
Okay.
So I'll roll my bluff.
And that's, I can't remember, is this one where I have to roll its sense motive, or is that just versus set DC based on their hit die?
It's opposed sense motive, or maybe CMD, whichever is higher. I think it
So
might just be
with a
sense motive.
feint, I use my standard action for it. The DC is equal to 10 plus my opponent's base attack bonus plus their wisdom modifier. But if they're trained in sense motive, the DC uses 10 plus the sense motive
Their
bonus.
sense motive. Okay. Well, they don't have that, so it's just gonna be the. Let's see. Their wisdom bonus is 1, and okay, so you beat that. You beat it. So
Okay,
he's flat-footed
so
versus
that
you.
means that the next melee attack I make against the target does not allow them to use dexterity.
Yep. So he'll be flat-footed versus your next attack.
Yep, and that's my turn.
Okay. Best friend has not been told to do anything different, so he's just gonna hold the rope. This one's still unconscious, so Pilbo.
All right, so I'm going to. I'm gonna Visions of Madness the one in front of me.
Okay.
Yep, make him unwell.
Yep, that'll do it.
I
So
don't.
he has, it's a
It's
-2
plus
now,
two,
right?
-2 now.
Yep.
Oh,
-2
nice.
to attacks and saves, and then +2 to his skills, right?
Yep.
So does it
Alright.
scale every 4 levels?
I think it's level divided by 2.
Yeah, it's every 2 levels.
Oh,
It
that's even
scales by
better.
1.
Pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's untyped. Like, the penalties are untyped, so it's not mind affecting or anything. You can just run up and do it to basically everything.
That's pretty cool.
It is a
Okay.
melee touch attack, so
5-foot step.
that's kind of its main drawback.
Pilbo's a melee cleric, so it works.
Full round, sure, why not? Let's full round.
Okay.
And rapid shot, yes. I'm not
Yep,
gonna
your
use
first
any
attack
other
will have
mods.
+20.
First attack's going at the orange dot guy.
You doing a spell combat and doing the spell on the first spell, so as well? The first attack, I mean?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And the spell's just gonna be an acid splash.
And which one you hitting again?
Hitting the orange guy with the first attack, and if he somehow dies, then the remaining attacks will go to
Okay.
the green guy. That's some numbers.
So let's see. The spell attack has a
20s in a row?
+20, so 45 with a 45 to confirm will in fact confirm.
Oh my
Uh,
god.
What the hell? And I rolled a 25 on my rapid shot. What the? Or 20? What?
Well, I think you kill it.
Yeah, you kill it. You can roll your acid splash damage if you want, but I think the regular damage is gonna kill it anyway.
If the first
Probably
attack just kills
outright.
it with the crit, then it's fine. I won't bother.
And then the next attack is going to go towards this guy, and that's a nat 20 on that. Let's see. I think that 19 will confirm as well.
Wait, I rolled 3 20s, a 19, and a 16.
Those are some
Okay.
pretty good rolls.
I guess my bribes
I
to
think
the
that's
roll
all
20
your-
gods have paid off.
Yeah, that's all
Holy
your
crap.
good rolls for the night.
Yep.
I'm literally rolling nothing above 10 for the rest of the night.
I don't know if the 21 actually hits because of all of his cover, but on that 16.
Yeah.
But then you rolled the 20
not.
auto hits, and I think the 19 actually
Enough to kill.
like I think that just gets passed. So you're gonna kill this one as well, or at least get
Oh
it down.
my god. Yes.
So
Perfect.
yeah, some good
Less
dice
spells
rolls
I have to
there.
cast.
That's
Nice.
where my lots of attacks works. If I happen to roll 20s
You
and
just happen to
19s,
roll
it's
the
really,
same.
really good.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That's the high point of the entire game for Jace. It's all downhill from here.
It's all downhill from here.
Yeah.
There's no way I do better than that. Oh my god.
It's like when
2
Guru
4
unlocked
3
Krillin's potential.
3 nat 20s
Yeah.
out of 4 attacks. Well, 5 rolls. 3 20s, a 19, and a 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're like those guys in life that peaked in middle school.
Yeah. But I'm older than middle school. But yeah, in terms of Pathfinder, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, good job, everybody.
But, yeah,
We went in here with a
Jace
plan.
just
Actually, I don't think I
annihilates
know
them
anyone who
like
peaked in middle
headshots
school.
Oh, we did.
through
I'm
the
sure there's someone
water.
out there who's like, yeah, I peaked in middle school. It's like, damn, that's harsh.
Wow.
I'm going to go back up the steps and grab my backpack.
Okay.
And I do the like brush your shoulders off thing, like no big deal.
Okay.
All right, I tell best friend to let go of the rope, and I take it, and I take it off of Silric.
Then yeah, you guys now should be able to cross this at your leisure.
All right,
So is
let's
Kobo
go.
leaving his
I'll make my
gear
way across.
on the shore
and
here? Some of his heavier stuff?
Take best friend with me.
Because I'll probably do
Yeah,
the same
that's-
thing if he is.
Best friend will just walk across under the water.
Yep.
I'm gonna
Sorry, what was your question, Jace?
I was asking if Pilbo's leaving his gear somewhere.
Oh no, he's grabbing
No,
it again.
I
He's
picked
gonna,
it up.
Okay.
He's just gonna swim across
yeah,
while
I'll just
encumbered.
carry mine. I technically have a medium load.
They're pretty deep, isn't it?
I'm just going to take my time swimming.
I don't actually know what a medium load does.
I mean, you could take 10. Is your penalty bad enough that you're not able to do that?
-4.
That's pretty
yeah,
bad.
Take 10 will be fine still though, because it's only
Damn
a
it.
DC 5 to cross this water.
I want to roll.
So I
okay, we're
thought
fine
about
then.
this ahead of time, and I'm going to first mage hand my spellbook over,
There
Okay.
you go.
and then I'll swim
Make sure it
over.
doesn't get wet.
Yeah.
That's a smart wizard thing to do.
Jace is just gonna get across and be like, "Oh shit, my book's soggy," and have to try to dry it out.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you have prestidigitation prepared, that can dry things off too.
No.
Uh-oh. No, I'm sure it's fine. You have it in a bag as well, so.
Yeah, I mean,
And
It
you
would
were
also be a
under
good
the water.
time for a floating disc. Because you can just put everything on a floating disc and then swim across.
I don't know. I
Yep.
don't know any rules on water damage to items. I'm not familiar with that rule set.
I'm not gonna worry about it.
The game master,
this
if
case,
he has
like
you
it's-
swimming a lot, maybe he'll pick on you. But yeah.
If you under the water for a really long time, it could matter. Like water could seep into your bag, but I'm say like you have your bag closed, maybe a little bit of water gets in, but it's not like once you get across, you spend a little bit of time, you know, shaking your book off. Like it doesn't get wet enough for it to damage it.
And it's just
You maybe
smart.
just think like next time you guys stop for like a rest or something, you might want to pull it out and let it air out.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it looks like there's another. Once you get across, you can kind of see that there is a bend up here where it looks like there's further up in here.
Okay, I'll be quiet and check around the corner.
Yep, and it just
Oh,
extends off of this map. We'll have to go to a new map soon.
Alright, looks
Yay!
like we're going, everybody.
I've been tired of this map.
Yeah, well,
I
it's
mean,
tired of you.
not really,
Um,
but
I'll have the dagger out instead of the sling now.
Okay.
the only map I've actually gotten tired of is that silly desert map from was
From Mantis's game?
no.
Or do you mean
The
No.
one where
from
we had
Mummy's Mask?
the same
Oh, yeah, yeah.
sand
My
default
random
terrain
encounter
map
map.
The
that we
random
used for, like,
encounter map?
the random
Yeah.
encounter map that we used for like 6 sessions
I
in a
was
row
gonna
or
change
something.
it, but you had to whine about it, so I was like, why bother?
You should have seen my desert encounter map, Zerdurium, that I used when these guys were in Book 5 of Strange Aeons. That one was pretty tight. I made it big, and it was
Yeah.
a big fight.
It sounds fun. No, it's fine. It's random encounters. It's not a big deal. I just have to
Uh-huh.
give you shit about it because it's a
Uh-huh.
joke now.
Just wait till the homebrew. I'm gonna have all kinds of random encounter maps.
I can't wait till I can pick on Zerdurium
Yeah,
in my
it's gonna be
game.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
sick.
He's pretty fun to pick on.
It's gonna be like a
What?
welcome to the jungle experience.
Wait, when do you pick on me? Do I get
I
picked on?
never,
I
because
don't
I've never
remember.
DM'd for you.
No,
Yeah.
Pluto.
He's talking about me.
I'm
Plenty
trying to think of
time.
when Pluto's picked on me.
No, I'm usually pretty
where
equal
are we?
opportunity. I don't pick on anybody in particular. Alright, I'll shipping you guys to where you should be.
There, I found us.
Try to pick on
Uh,
Whiz Pops, but he just suffocates everything, so it's like, yeah, whatever.
Well, you possessed me. That was
that was
enough.
that was
That
That
was
was
fun,
scary as hell.
though.
I was terrified. Are you serious? Okay, anyway, in this game.
I did
I
that
wasn't that
to Pluto.
that was a experience. I was like, all right, and it was right at the end of the session. He left us on a cliffhanger. I'm like, all right, well, I'll be there to cheer
I'm
you
not even
guys
gonna show
on
up
and
next
not do
session.
anything. I joked a little bit about that, but that was there. I was like, I'll be the
Yeah.
number one cheerleader here. All right, so let me get a description of. So what you guys see up here, a short flight of stairs leads down into a 30-foot square chamber. Actually, this is pretty close in terms of the scale. It's more like, yeah, it's 30. Nice job, map makers. 30-foot chamber, the cistern filled with dark water taking up most of the floor. Troughs of this dark water run east, west, and south through the hallways along 5-foot wide walkways. And then soggy timbers have been draped over the gaps to provide unstable looking bridges over the troughs. An ornamental torch made of onyx burns in a sconce next to the hallway leading east, from which the distant sound of someone singing with a raspy throat wafts down the hall. So you guys hear like kind of this creepy sounding singing coming from over this way as you guys start coming towards this room.
Ooh, weird.
And it's kind of echoing throughout these kind of open chambers.
Well, I'll carefully move down the stairs and then check this threshold for traps.
Okay.
And if I'm sure there's none, I'll take a step forward.
Would you like to
fine, I'll
roll
follow.
a stealth check?
Sure. I am usually very quiet and stealthy.
Do you have best friends stay back, or do you have him come with you too? Tell him to be stealthy.
I don't really tell him to be stealthy. I'll tell him to guard the others.
He'll do that then.
And we wait.
And you hear the singing. He sounds like he's singing kind of something, like the leg bone connecting to the foot bone. Like he's singing a
Really?
song along those lines. Yes.
Interesting.
And it does sound like it's in common. It's not in. You can actually understand it.
What a weird thing to be
Very
singing.
creepy. Yeah.
And he says it's coming down from my left.
Yes.
From that side.
Alright,
Yeah.
I'll take a look down that corridor carefully.
All right. You
I'm
have
gonna wait
low light
here.
vision.
I do have low light vision.
So let's see how far you can see. I don't think you can. Okay, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Half elf is a very good race for a rogue, I've found out.
Okay, there's
Oh, that was a good one.
light in there. Okay, you see. You don't see who exactly it is, like you don't specifically see who's doing it, but you do see like some movement in the water up in that room up there, and you see there's also another source of light in there too. But yeah,
Hmm.
you think whoever's singing that is like swimming around in the water down there.
Alright, I go back to my allies and I tell them that there's someone or something swimming around in some water over there, and there's a narrow passage to cross.
Yeah. Let's creep forward and try and catch them by surprise. Hopefully it's
All
not
right.
more of these demon things. It's speaking common, so maybe it's a person. So yeah, I'll go with you. I'll try and be sneaky. Not sure I'm
Alright,
gonna
well,
do
if
well
we're
at it.
bringing everybody along, then, we're
Hey,
Yeah,
not
if
going
you
to be
think we should
that
all go.
sneaky,
more
but we're
20s.
going to go as a group. I think we should all
More
go.
20s.
We need to be
Let's keep this
ready
up.
to take this thing on.
I'll roll a stealth. Like why not? Like, sure.
I mean that is a D20. Yeah.
I'm gonna be as quiet as Hannah can. Not very quiet. I got like jingling on me, like my belt has
God.
little
I
like
don't
jingles and stuff. I'm just
I don't think that rolled properly though. I don't see
Oh.
the dice roll thing. I think you put 2 Ds in there, so it broke the
Oh,
code.
one
Oh, shit.
DD20.
All right, so I'm gonna try and sneak around, but my armor might do a little clinking.
Yeah. Hey, you're stealthier than best friend.
I'm not a noisy gypsy.
As you guys are moving, you kind of hear like the singing abruptly stop, and you hear like a little bit of a splash.
Oh.
And then it goes quiet.
Carry on your wayward
Pilbo, I'm
song.
guessing you're not standing there because that's a pool of water. You probably,
No.
yeah. So yeah,
Oh,
like as a
God.
reminder, there's only a 5-foot corridor here along here, and then this is water down here. And you can't tell how deep it is from looking at it because it's very dark, murky water. And you can see the water up here looks like it's disturbed because it's floating around. Umbrella, so you get a little bit closer, especially with your low light vision, you can make this out. Although
Yeah.
since it's a lit room, most of you guys can kind of see this too, especially as you get a little closer. But you notice the wall is painted with a remarkable mural that depicts the skyline of Magnamar, complete with numerous ships seeming to float in the waters of the room. So they're kind of like drawn, like he's got it basically. The city is along the water line here, with like it looks with like right where the water is kind of lapping up against the walls. You can see there's like little paintings of boats right along the bottom of it.
That's cool.
And you see like there's kind of near one of it, there's like a partially painted boat, so it looks like it's still being worked on.
It's still being worked on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Alright, I'll continue on.
Best friends hanging out near his best friends.
Yeah. I'll take one little step out onto this thing, and I'll look around.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception.
Oh, double rolled.
Okay. You're looking around, and you don't see anything directly, but you notice that the way that the waves are rippling around, you think there might be, and you notice there's like kind of this area here is like a bridge, and you think whatever you heard splashing around in the water earlier is under the bridge right now.
Hmm. I, hmm. I'm gonna start carefully walking across, but I'm gonna ready an action to, I'm gonna ready a centered action if I get attacked on the way over.
And as you're crossing, you hear kind of a voice echoing through the room. You know from previous observations that it's probably coming from under the bridge. He says,
Mhm.
"What takes you to my home? What brings you here? Adventurers? I think I know what you're doing here then."
You some kind of troll?
Oh, jeez.
He kind of chuckles. Hey, no, I'm no troll. I'm a ghost, you might say.
You sing pretty well for a ghost.
I pride myself on my singing voice. It's a hobby of mine from back in my days on the sea. In life, I was Captain Lockerbie Brast.
Okay. You say in life.
Yes, I'm a ghost, remember?
Well, tell us more about yourself, Captain Lockerbie.
It's a tragic tale. A ship ran ashore not too far from here, and I've been trapped here ever since.
Don't suppose you've had much to do other than languish here.
True. But I've seen some things that you probably are interested
Would
in.
you recommend it?
If what, this place?
These things you've
No.
seen.
Well, the things I've seen, I'm assuming that's what you're here for, right?
Maybe. We're explorers.
I can give you some info, but I'm going to need a favor.
Alright, what's this favor?
Well, you see, I left my poor wife behind in Magnamar, and I'd like for you to deliver words of my demise. It would let me rest easier.
Okay. So you want us to do what now?
It's as I said, if you could just tell my wife, Lisa Jane, that I was lost at sea, so that her heart may rest easier, and my heart as well.
Okay. I want to roll a sense motive to see if what he's telling me is believable or true.
Okay, go ahead. You're not really sure. Something seems fishy about it, but you're not sure what it is. Like what specifically.
I
You
ask
just feel
him.
antsy maybe about not seeing it, being able to see him.
Yeah. And I ask him. So if we do this for you, you said you'll help us.
That's right.
What would we need help against?
Now, those creatures you came here to kill. Obviously.
If they get in our way.
Hold on a minute. What are you here for?
Well, many things. We're here to explore, see if there's any valuables to be had.
It seems I misunderstood what your purpose here was. See, I thought you were here from Magnamar, here to put a stop to my neighbors here and their foul misdeeds that they're committing in that city.
Well, I mean, I'm sure some people would like it if we did.
Regardless, I'll tell you about my neighbors, though, if you will. If you will just send this message of mine to my dear beloved Lisa
Alright.
Jane.
I'll hear him out.
Well, how do I know that you'll actually do it? It's the problem.
Well, oh well.
If you can bring back some proof that you've told her or something, then perhaps
I
I realize it's...
ask him, how did you come by this woman? Did you steal her heart?
She stole my heart, I'd say, if anything. Oh, my lovely Lisa Jane.
Then I'll give you a thief's promise.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a diplomacy check. 16? Okay.
Yeah,
So
one of my higher rolls.
he'll be quiet for a little bit and he says, "Well, I was no thief in life, but I was an honorable smuggler, so I think I get where you're coming from here." Very well, I will trust you to send this word, and I will give you the information I have. These creatures up there, small little things that sneak into Magnamar, stealing people in the night. I've seen them come and go many nights. They tend to meet up and they have their own little chambers. If you continue along this path and keep going, there'll be another room. Be careful going through there. There's some dangerous creatures in there in their own right that might lurch out of the pipes there and attack you. It's sort of like amphibious eels. But if you keep going past, there'll be a an overlook. And if you go from there, you should be able to plot and spy on them and perhaps form an ambush of some sort. These creatures, they're
Hmm.
strange, almost gnome-like creatures, I'd say. They definitely are more accustomed to living underground, afraid of the light, I'm sure. very wicked, and I believe they've been stealing people from Magnamar to conduct heinous experiments. If anybody would like to roll knowledge local, they could maybe get some extra information about what he's describing.
I got that.
Sure.
I don't.
Nope.
Unless they're nobles, then I can.
No.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Okay, so Brellis, you think he might be describing Darrow.
Ooh, weird. Maddened underground folk.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Madden. Um. That tends to be like their MO too. They'll tend to gather people to do torture experiments on kind of. But yeah, they're pretty small, 3 feet tall. They're pale blue humanoids with bulging white eyes.
Okay.
And yep, they're vulnerable to sunlight. You also know that they have spell resistance.
Darn. Yep. Spell resistance for the casters.
Oh well.
And you
I
know they
mean,
tend to
can
be
do
immune
that.
to anything, any sort of insanity or confusion effects because they're already insane.
Except for Pilbo's touch, apparently.
Huh.
Hey,
Yeah, by raw that actually I think would work.
Yeah, because it's untyped. It's not a
Yeah.
mind affecting effect.
Yeah.
It makes them even more insane. Alright, well, I tell him that, alright, I'll deliver your message. And I remember listening to his account of, like, all the things that are passes, but did he give me a message?
Yeah, he just told you he wants you to let his wife, Lisa Jane, know that Lackerby Brast has died at sea, that his ship wrecked, and that he died at sea.
Okay. I look around the room for anything that, like, seems like it has any kind of, like, crest or insignia on it.
Nope, you don't see anything like that. You just see the painting on the wall of the cityscape of Magnamar, which is
Alright,
looks very nice. Like it looks like if you assume that Lackerby Brast is the one that painted it, he did a he's done a very good job on it so far.
okay, I tell him then, alright, I'll let your widow know. Will my word be enough? For
That's why
her.
I've given you the. Well, hopefully. Unfortunately, my belongings were left behind on my ship.
Your ship wouldn't happen to be close by, would it?
It crashed very close by.
Hmm.
Uh-oh. Wheels are
If it
spinning. I
was
guess
close
we're
by,
going in.
is there anything that would, like, stand out as, like, that has, like, an insignia or something on it?
Perhaps.
Because there is a ship, a wrecked ship close by, that we found an underwater entrance to.
If you found my old brooch, should still be on the ship somewhere, perhaps.
Did we see a name on that ship at all?
Uh,
Because I know, like, we
okay,
could look at it through the window.
yeah, let me see if you. I don't know if you guys actually saw the ship's name on there, but you did see that there was a ship there. But yes, I had a gold and pearl brooch that was given to me by Lisa.
Okay.
It had my initials LB on them. Perhaps
All
it's
right.
still on the
That's
ship.
something.
I kept it in the captain's cabin.
All right. Well, then, if the next time you hear from us, we have something from your lover to acknowledge that she knows of your demise, then maybe yeah, we'll help you with your bad neighbors, and maybe you could, yeah, help us, as you said.
Just as you say, then.
All right. Stay salty, Captain. And I'll start heading back out of the room.
One other thing. If you go back that way, be careful through those corridors. There are some other dangers.
Oh.
To the left down that corridor, there's another room in there with some dangerous to non ghost folk. Toxic gas builds up in there, and if you go in there, it'll make you sick.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I motion for the others to follow back over here, and I'm gonna have a chat with my fellow party members, saying, I don't think I've ever met a ghost this friendly before.
How many ghosts have you
Yeah, it
met?
sounds like you two were hitting it off.
How many ghosts have you met? Did anybody else roll a sense motive on that? No, it was just Abrellis. Okay.
Nope. I was just kind of listening to them chatting, seemed friendly, so I didn't want to interrupt and ruin it.
Well, if anybody else
I
would like
don't
to
know
roll a
how
sense motive after the
truthful.
fact.
Sure.
I mean, he seemed pretty legit to me, so, but maybe.
I mean,
Yeah, I
I've
think he
I've
was
fooled
legit.
people before with like the
Yeah.
the unseen voice thing.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know if you believe everything he said. Like, I mean, none of you particularly know a ton about ghosts, but you do know that he was very. You did hear very physical, like splashing, like something corporeal was there.
Yeah. That's why I said, so you say that you were living.
Mhm. So something seems a little off, but you can't put your finger on what. Like, what about specifically is off?
But he did go through a lot of trouble to describe what we should do. This is worth searching that ship, because if we do find this brooch, I mean that in itself is valuable. That's treasure.
Yeah, we should definitely search the ship. Sounds like there's a lot of stuff there.
That we're all rested. Everybody's capable of protecting themselves, and we have
Capable
You
those
is
have
a strong
scrolls,
word, but yeah.
yeah, the scrolls of water breathing.
and
Yep.
we've got best friend now with
we
us.
do it. We should definitely go explore it for sure.
All right.
No doubt in my mind.
I say we go back to to the other map and go to the stairs that have the weird water.
Okay. fine with that.
Leave anything that you don't want to get wet at the top of them stairs.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave basically like the extra chain shirt, some torches,
Are
things
we
like
okay?
that.
Are we confident nothing's gonna happen to those things?
Nope.
I mean, we'll close the door.
I can't afford losing the spell book.
Not a second time, at least, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could leave best friend up there, and I could give it to him, and he can watch it for you.
I'd feel better with that, at least.
Okay.
Okay, so
Alright,
you guys
so
are
then we'll
walking
do that.
back to. You guys use the similar methods to get it back across the water as last time, probably.
Yep.
Maybe Jace asks Hannah to mage hand his book across too.
Yeah, sure. If that.
Or just holds his pack above the water, maybe somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a
But yeah.
decent swimmer. I'd be able to probably swim with
Yeah.
only one arm and two legs. And just
And then
hold
as you
even
guys-
my pack or even just my book above the water.
Well, I put points in swim too.
Woo.
As you guys are walking back on your way there, you hear a voice.
Oh no, another voice.
God.
Yeah.
Everywhere voices.
It says, "Lord Baz is a little disappointed in you.
Oh.
Why
Who
haven't
the
you
hell's
done?
that?
Why haven't you done what you said you would? Why isn't that other rebellious imp dead?
Well, when was the last time you checked?
I've been keeping an eye on you. And on him. And he was very much still alive. I just checked a mere hour ago.
Well, within that hour, we killed him.
Don't lie to me. I've seen you just return from the lower levels."
I promise I'm not lying.
You want to roll a bluff check?
Okay.
Oh man.
If you don't go and kill him right now, then Lord Baz will be most displeased.
That's not the worst thing.
You won't like him when he's most displeased.
I don't like him now.
Yeah. I'm about to just shoot this thing. He's annoying.
You don't actually see him right now.
It's just voice.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
it's
right.
just a
He's,
voice.
like invisible.
It's just a voice. He's invisible, yeah.
That's right.
Mhm.
I'm still about to just shoot where I hear the voice coming from.
Yeah, perception.
I knew I should have
Good
taken
look.
glitter dust.
I'll be watching, but think on your next actions carefully.
I say good luck following us.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's keep going over here. And I do tell the others, you know, alright, well, now these guys are kind of starting to piss me off.
Next time we see, let's pay Lord Baz a
Just
visit
don't
and
make
take him
deals
out
with
of our
these
misery.
things.
I whisper to him in my canter, we might be able to take care of both parties.
Maybe.
All right. Do you guys all just want me to move your tokens over to the stairs here?
Yeah. Sure.
Sure.
I'll shift ping you guys over to it. Again, you guys pass through here, you still can vaguely hear some like sobbing noises coming from behind this other door. You guys never
Oh,
opened
that room.
before as well?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the ugly, sad thing.
Yeah, I told you to go away.
Alright, so whoever's able to use those water breathing scrolls can water breathe us up. And Hannah, um, you can entrust your spell book to best friend, and I'll tell him to hold on to it.
Mine as well.
Okay.
Oh boy.
All right, he's got two. He's got two. What are these? Claws, I guess.
Yeah, he's got like
this
3
should be
arms.
fine. What can go wrong?
Yeah, what could go wrong?
So
I don't
these
know. What could go
water
wrong?
breathing scrolls, what are they divine?
These are arcane. So yeah, it's actually
Oh.
on the Magus and Wizard Sorcerer spell list. So either Hannah um or Jace could do them with a caster level check. They're off the
Yeah,
sorcerer list, so it'd be caster level. These would be caster level 5. So I think you actually might all succeed on that check.
for me, it's a 3rd level spell, so it would be pretty easy, I think.
Yeah, but I mean it's based on the caster level of the scroll. So and the scroll's it's a wizard scroll, so it's gonna be caster level 5.
Oh. Wait, why is it caster level? Oh, 3rd level spell. Yeah, okay.
For 3rd level spells for wizards are at level 5,
Yeah.
so it's caster level 5. That also means these water breathing last for 10 hours each.
Oh, I don't know anything.
But you can divide those up evenly amongst all creatures you touch. So if you guys divide them on yourselves, it's 2 hours on each person. Nice even 2 hours for each scroll, and you have 2 of them. So, but 2 hours is probably more than enough time.
Yeah. So what's the check? It's a caster level check?
Yes, but I mean, the DC is like, let me see, how does it work again? I think the DC is pretty low.
I mean, I have a 4 mod because I'm 4th caster level, so
Let me double check this though. So
I think it's the
scrolls,
same for us.
activating a spell scroll. The DC is equal to the scroll's caster level +1. So you have to hit a DC 6 on a caster level check. So I think if you roll a 1, you could fail it.
Yep, that's why I'm like hesitating because I've used all my good luck, so I think Hannah should do it.
You want me to what? Read the scroll?
So activating the scroll is going to technically require a caster level check, but it's a DC of 5 or 6 rather. It's a DC 6.
And he's afraid to do that.
You have a plus.
Sure, I'll
Yeah, he's
do
worried.
that.
He's worried the D20 +4 that he'll roll a 1.
Yeah.
I used all my good luck already. We already know this.
You got it. You cast the water breathing spell, and assuming you're putting on everybody has water breathing now for
Yeah.
2 hours. And you still have another copy of one of these scrolls if you need it for some reason.
Cool.
You guys gonna go in there then and have best friend watch the spell book
I
for
tell
you?
best friend
Yeah.
to watch the spell books, but I also close these doors,
Okay.
and I give best friend I tell him to guard
Okay.
this room and attack anyone else on site.
All right. Best friend moves into starts patrolling the room, holding the spell books,
That's right.
patrolling between the two doors, looking
Do you
ready
want to
to
like wind him up a bit
attack.
and make sure he has enough power for this, or do you think it's a 1-a-day thing?
Well, how long did it seem like he would be active for when I wound him the last time?
You actually think you think that he should be good for the whole day.
All right, we're
Oh,
good.
cool.
Okay. Well, I I leave my hat and scarf behind, and I say, "Let's go," and I go in.
Okay.
Actually, I'll put my hat and scarf on best friend.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm leaving like some armor and stuff behind. Basically enough so I go down to a light load.
So this area down here is where it leads out into. You can kind of see the boat on the map, right?
Yeah.
You mean the Boat?
The boat. That's how people that don't know how to pronounce boat say it.
Yeah.
If you're bad at pronouncing words.
Hmm.
It's a boat or a boat if you're bad
It's
at
for people who
pronouncing
don't
things.
finish their words. It's more like, "Where the bow at?"
Oh yeah, there you
Hey,
go.
sounds very umbrellas.
Sometimes you're in a hurry, man. You just gotta say your words quicker.
That's right. The T sound is for wankers.
And I think so if you have enough weight on you, you can just kind of walk along the bottom of the water of the ocean here at like half speed.
How much is enough
As
weight?
long as you're I think it just has to be like equal to your let me find out. I think it might have to be equal to your body weight.
No way. Not a chance. I'm only carrying like 90 pounds.
Let me figure this out here.
That being said, I'm pretty sure I'd sink with a lot less than my body weight in gear. IRL.
God, I don't remember how this works exactly. I know you can also just swim as well. Um,
I've got
this
some
isn't
points in swim.
necessarily. Yeah, this isn't necessarily calm water, so it's a little bit harder to do that.
Yeah,
it's
it's
in
fine.
the
I'll
ocean.
take 10. 17 enough.
Oh, I do have it on here. Walking along the bottom. So firm footing. Creatures have firm footing when walking along the bottom, braced against the ship's hull or the like. Creature can only walk on the bottom if it wears or carries enough gear to weigh itself down. Oh no, it's just okay. You don't actually even need your body weight. You just need 16 pounds for a medium creature.
Oh
Half
yeah,
that if
that's
you're
like
small.
nothing.
Yeah, so anybody can
Yeah,
do
okay,
that. I'm
that's
pretty
easy.
sure. I think you guys are all able to. Even if you don't, you can just. I think you guys still have something you can hold to help you do that.
I'll toss you a weapon or something.
Right. Yeah. So that's
Easy.
nothing to worry about. If you guys want to, you can also walk on the ground at half speed.
I'll do that. I mean, we've got
Yeah,
water
I'll
breathing
walk
on, so
with the
we
party
don't
then.
even really need air.
Mm-hmm. Unless something like makes you lose your footing, in which case then you might have to start making swim checks. But
Yeah.
all right, so you guys moving out there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, let's go.
Stairs lead out to down here.
I don't know what kind of penalties I take, if any, but I'll still try to be stealthy as I walk out. And keep my eyes open.
Okay.
Sure, why not? We're super sneaky because sound doesn't travel well in water. Super sneaky.
I'm trying to be super sneaky. Okay. And then, yep, if you make your way over here, this is where the boat is.
Actually, doesn't sound travel fairly well in water? That's how a lot of animals, like, find things underwater.
Yeah.
It actually does, yes. It's distorted, but
Okay, well. I meant because it's distorted that you wouldn't be able to tell it's people moving.
yeah, but I mean, if there's any like aquatic predators down here that are relying on their sense of sound to hear you, they'll probably hear you.
True.
But
That's
I don't know. I
yeah.
mean, why would there be
Why would
aquatic
this
Which is
predators?
Be
down
why
there?
echolocation.
shark.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
It's
A
not
shark would be
like
pretty scary.
It's not like this game gives you a bestiary with like half the fucking monsters being aquatic creatures that you never
Oh,
get to
yeah.
use. Yeah.
Hmm.
All right.
Hint,
If you'd like
hint.
to roll a perception check to kind of look around on the boat.
Should I roll another one, separate from my 27?
Oh, you already rolled a 27. Okay, no, that's good. I'll take the
Yeah.
27. Okay, it takes you a little while, but yeah, you get up on the boat. You actually do see kind of like, I mean, the paint on it's like peeling off, but
I
for
put
a
my
lot in a lot of
goggles
places.
down, but I took off my hat.
Okay. Yeah, that helps you see a little bit underwater without getting salt in your eyes. And you see that there is actually a spot where you can see that the ship's name is the Lisa Jane.
Oh, sweet.
Hey.
Um, and yeah,
We get to
looking
help
around the
a ghost and their lover.
We're helping everybody, apparently.
And not those pricks that want us to murder each other.
so you guys
Listen, a
spent some
tale
time
of
looking.
romance across life and death hits me right in the feels.
Who wouldn't want to help? He's just a sad ghost that is not able to be reunited with his wife. It's a tragic tale. So you guys want to spend some time looking through the boat?
Yep, I'll look through the boat. Should I roll a
Okay.
perception again?
No, I'll take the 27, but does anybody else want to help look?
Sweet.
Jace, I see you rolled a 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get a perception.
Yep, 16. All right, so rather help the dead couple than the divorced devils. I think your heart's in the right place. All right, so let's see. You find a lot of the stuff on this boat looks like it's just covered in brine and kind of like worthless. But you do, while looking around, you kind of like come across where you think might have been the captain's quarters at one point, and you find that there is in fact a really nice looking brooch made of gold and pearl with the letters LB on them, matching
Yes.
Lackerby brass
LeBron James.
description.
Oh.
LeBron James, yes.
Long.
You also see the other people looking around. Jason, Hannah, perhaps with a little bit of help from using detect magic, would also
Yes,
find
magic.
a +1 buckler.
Ooh, that's fancy.
And something else that's not magical but seems to have
But
been
apparently I
very
can.
resilient to the brine and whatnot on here is a very, very nice looking mithril rapier.
Oh my, another silver weapon?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a rapier?
Yeah.
That
would
completes my
be-
trio of silver weapons.
I was gonna say that'd be pretty good for me for a melee weapon.
You can take it though. I'm good on weapons.
Just for fighting underwater right now. All I have is the mace or arrows, so the rapier would probably be pretty
The rapier
good right
would
now.
work underwater, yeah.
And I don't have weapon finesse though, but still, having the piercing weapon would be nice. Or if you want the rapier and you want me to take your short sword, I would trade you. I don't think I care.
If I had
which one
found
have.
the rapier sooner and gone with the rapier as my finesse weapon for my class abilities, I would have, but I took it for short sword, so I'm kind of devoted to these short swords at the moment.
Well, perhaps if you can retrain later, we can swap. How's that?
There's no rush. You take the rapier.
Okay, I'll grab it for now because yeah, otherwise I'm gonna be a little bit useless on underwater fights.
Yeah, I'm thinking
was
of
kind of
dual wielding short swords anyway.
Thinking of trying to use a bow underwater, and I don't think that works so well.
It just doesn't work, yeah.
It just doesn't at all. Okay, yeah, so I'd be using a mace.
It basically just doesn't at all. I think there is some math where, like, if you're really high level, you could do it and maybe hit low CR things.
Or I could
but-
have that thing like the Fier dagger had.
As you guys are heading back, though, a couple of these
Oh, yeah?
things start coming towards you, and
Hello.
you're able to see them, though. So everyone can roll initiative,
Yay, underwater fight.
and there had to be at least
It's just
one,
a
right?
mithril rapier. Is it masterwork because it's mithril?
Yeah, mithril weapons are masterwork by default, so yes, it is
Yeah, that's what I
masterwork.
thought. I just didn't remember.
And then the +1 buckler is just a +1 buckler.
Yeah, who took that?
No one, I guess.
Do you have to have shield proficiency to use a buckler?
Yes, it is a shield.
So I don't really want to take that.
It might
Don't-
just be
I
some.
don't
I don't know if
think I
anybody
have
in
it
this
yet.
party really. Maybe Pilbo uses a shield, but I don't know. He might have a.
Yep.
I don't know if a +1 buckler is any better than what he's. Well, it's probably the same as what he's already got,
No.
right?
Technically, Silric can
Heavy steel shield.
also take it.
I don't
Yeah,
know if you
go
can
ahead.
flurry with a buckler.
He can.
You can flurry
Oh,
with
you
your
can?
foot
Okay.
and your head, and you don't need your hands to flurry.
That's
I thought
fair,
there was
yeah.
something where like monks couldn't use
Flurries my head.
shield bonuses or something, but maybe I'm misremembering.
No.
Well,
Like it
It's
didn't
an-
stack with their wisdom.
it's
AC or
technically
something.
not armor. It's a shield bonus. But let me read the
Okay.
wording.
Yeah, my shield bonus might be okay. I don't know. Played monk once.
I think it would turn off some of your monk abilities.
Yeah, it might turn it off.
There
Roll
is
initiative,
a.
Oh,
I could
actually,
use
this
the
says
buckler.
monks are not proficient with any armor or shields.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah,
then.
that sounds
Not for-
right.
I mean, I'll use it if nobody else will use it.
I think,
think it's
you're
the
the only one
same-
who can.
Technically better
I think
than my
it's
steel
actually.
shield.
Yeah, because I think it's the
Yeah.
same armor bonus, but a better armor class penalty.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it keeps your hand free enough that you can use
Mhm.
like you can use that cast to
You
cast
can pull
spells
stuff
when you-
out with it.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you have a cestus, so you can do that anyway right now. But it means if you find another weapon, you could use that and have the buckler.
Yeah, you
At
can
least
take
for
it,
now.
Polo.
Eventually, you'll probably find a better heavy steel shield upgrade too.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, it's an upgrade or a side grade at least.
I'm just adding to my equipment I need to sell.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
Or
eventually, yeah,
keep
that's
it
the
and
other
I'll
thing too. You can
upgrade
just
it.
sell it. Anyway, did everybody already roll initiative? Did that
I
already
did.
happen?
Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
Oh,
My-
I was going to. I
My
got
plus
distracted
8
with the
has been
rapier.
working fantastically.
And then I gotta roll these
I
creatures.
was gonna look up because I know Maguses get better proficiency, but I don't think they ever get shield proficiency.
No, because they always want one hand, like, free.
But buckler doesn't inhibit your hand.
Yeah, but if you're
That's right. So if you
basically
have a
using it for something
buckler,
else, you don't get the bonus.
You can use a
Yeah.
buckler as a magus.
you can. You just don't get the shield bonus when you use spell combat, basically.
Right.
Oh.
If you're only
Whatever, I don't
swinging
care.
with the one-handed weapon, then you will get it.
I mean, the bow is two-handed. Period.
Yeah.
It's just the part of the range, whatever Eldritch Archer archetype.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
you
I
can
don't
do
wanna
that.
try
A
and
lot of
use the
people will do
shield.
that if you're playing like a great sword, like fighter or something. Sometimes people will get a buckler because they take a -1 to all their attacks with the buckler. But if they ever return that they don't attack, they can take their hand off of the great sword and get their shield bonus.
I see.
The downside there is you can't take attack opportunities with your great sword then. But I don't know if you have shield bash. I guess you could do that if you have like the shield bash feats. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
kind of
I'm
a thing
not gonna worry
sometimes. Some
about
people will
it
do
for now,
sometimes.
but maybe later I'll take a buckler just in case.
You can use. It lets you when you're moving into melee range with someone, you can take your hand off your great sword, run in, use your buckler to close through a reach weapon, get the shield bonus as you're moving up, and then when you get up next to him, then you put your hand back on and swipe at him. Like that's kind of
Okay.
a case where that's useful. Sort of like bad mobility. All right,
Yeah, for
Abrellis,
me, I
you
don't
beat
think
these
it's
things on their
important.
initiative. This is knowledge dungeoneering to identify these things.
Alright, I'll do that. They look aberrant.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're not sure what these are. They look kind of like crabs. Or
Is this the
lobsters.
distance that they are away from me? 20 and
Yep,
20?
they are swimming along along the floor of the ocean here. They're at the same level
Okay.
as you guys.
I'm gonna prepare a standard action if one comes within reach of me.
Pilbow. And you guys have water breathing, so you can cast spells underwater with no problems.
Yeah, there's like fizzle effects, right?
Only if it's like a fire spell.
Spells will
our
say
swim
like whether or
speed
not they can actually work
just our
underwater
move
if they
speed?
can't.
If you don't have a
You can
swim
move
speed
it.
listed.
Well, if you want, you can still walk along the ground at half speed. Otherwise, your swim speed is going to be a quarter of your move speed
Whoa.
with a
I
swim
think
check.
I
So it's
can
probably
do
going to be
5
fast.
feet.
Yeah, you can swim 5 feet with a move action. 10 feet
these
with a full
small?
round action. They are small. Yep.
So would I be able to hit this one from here?
Yep. Yeah, you can walk up and hit it from there.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna walk on the floor.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hit it with my cestus. Just tried to roll in a random Discord channel.
Oh boy,
Oh.
these nat ones.
Ah,
All right,
dang.
you missed.
I stole all the luck. Ha ha ha.
This thing is going to swim up, and it's going to take a single claw at Pilbow. And it misses.
All right, so since it missed, I'm going to suddenly shift
Ooh,
Okay.
nice.
up to here.
I like it. Okay. Silric.
Mm,
Let's see here. Unchained Monk, you have a move speed of 40 right now, so you can move at half speed. You can move 20 feet. So I think you could get up here if you wanted. Yeah.
yeah. I'll move out.
Okay.
And I will punch.
All right. So you only get the first attack because you had to move, and I think that'll miss. Yep. Unfortunately. All right. Jace.
I was trying to decide if I have the rapier out. Like, it would make sense, but I never said anything, so I'll
You probably
probably
do.
just pull it out.
I mean, you can pull it
Okay,
out as
well,
you move anyway. So even if you
oh, that's
didn't.
true. Yeah, okay. So I will move 5, 10 feet there, long walk up, and yeah, that. And I'll attack this thing with the rapier and hope it's all set up right. I think it is. It's pretty basic.
Okay.
Look at this. Make sure none of my range stuff's applying. Okay, should be fine.
Okay. That'll miss.
Roll to 2.
This thing is going to 5-foot swim, and it's going to take 2 claws at. Well, it's going to do 1 claw
Oh
first.
no.
1 claw at Jace first. That misses. Going to do another claw. Does a 16 hit, Jace?
No, unless there's penalties when I'm underwater.
Nope. So it misses.
Cool.
You have firm footing, so you have no penalties.
Yeah, 18
Hannah.
AC still.
What is this?
Oh, I forgot to roll the knowledge.
Yeah, you could roll it now if you'd like, but okay, you guys both know that these are called reef claws. They are small aquatic aberrations. They resist cold, but otherwise they don't have any special resistances. They are able to grab things, even things bigger than themselves, unlike the normal grab ability. And if they grab you, they can constrict you. So that's kind of dangerous. They also have a
Ooh.
poison on their claws that, and it is a paralysis poison. Basically, it'll damage your strength.
Oh
Rather.
no.
Okay, I will fire a ray at its touch. It's
Okay.
well, it's a jet. It's my class ability. So and I'm in
Oh, you also know if
point
you
blank.
manage to kill these things, they have a death frenzy as well.
Oof.
So that's pretty fun. That'll miss.
Rip.
All right, round 2, Abrellis.
So is my movement impeded while walking on the seafloor?
That's
half.
correct. You're moving at half speed.
Okay. Too bad I don't have mobility. I'm just gonna move to here then, and not
Okay.
provoke. And I'm gonna take an attack on this one.
All right.
Ooh, dang, that hits.
That does hit. Too bad you aren't getting that precision damage, but,
Yeah.
you still damage it. pretty good there. Okay. Anything else?
That's it for me.
Pillbow?
I'm going to try and punch this one with the cesta. God damn it, I'm doing it again.
Trying to roll into Discord.
Yeah.
Alright, that hits. I was doing that when the servers were bugging out last time. I rolled some dice in the Pathfinder rolling channel. Alright, that is enough to knock this thing unconscious.
And then it thrashes.
Hey.
Nope, actually not yet, because it
Oh, that's
isn't
only if
dead.
it dies.
Yep, only if it dies. So I'll have to track that, but yep. Alright, do you move anywhere?
No.
Perhaps in... Okay. Alright. This one is unconscious and dying right now. I'll have it roll a constitution check. And Silric.
So I'll move down and oop. And I will attack.
Okay, so you're moving down there. It's going to take a swing at you as you walk past it. And miss. And you only get the one attack because you had to move multiple squares, but your one attack does hit. And it's not quite as effective as it would have been normally because you're punching underwater, but it does hurt it. Okay. Jace?
I can't 5-foot step, can I? Because like
Nope,
Difficult
terrain.
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 So, no. You can move if you
Yeah.
want. It did just take an attack opportunity, so.
That's true. I will do that. I'll just move over here.
Okay.
Bait him into combat reflexes.
You didn't
It
attack?
does not have combat reflexes, so you're good.
I will not have the flank in here, so we'll need to add 2.
That'll hit.
Do minimal damage. Yay.
Yep. It's gonna keep going after you, Jace.
That's fine. 18 AC.
First attack against you. 18. Hey, we hit.
God damn it.
It's gonna attempt to grab you.
God damn it. This is bad.
Well, first I'm gonna have it do its damage. So it does 2 damage to you, and make a Fortitude save.
2. Fort save.
All right, you're fine. You don't take any.
Oh, good.
The poison doesn't affect you.
This
But it
is
is gonna still
scary.
try to grab you.
Yep, I guess I'll try and grab.
Oh no, CMD
17
is
beat your
19.
CMD. Aha!
Yay.
It's gonna try to claw at you one more time.
God
It
damn
misses
These
the
things
other
are
time.
strong. Why do I have a
All right,
2
Hannah.
shield mod to my CMD?
I'm gonna move forward and acid splash it.
Okay. Acid Splash. Versus Touch. It'll hit.
Why is my
Okay.
CMD not the same as my AC?
Because they're different things.
They're different. They get bonuses from your
Oh, just
strength
BAB.
and your dex.
Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah, okay, we're fine. We're fine.
And
It's
they
all
do
good.
get like your deflection bonus and some other stuff in there as well. But yeah, your
Yeah,
CMD
no,
is usually going to be higher than your AC.
Yeah, it's all right.
Unless you have like a lot of armor. All right. Yep. Umbrellas.
I'm gonna move to being diagonal with it over the other one.
Yep.
And I'm gonna stab it.
Okay.
Oh man. That was a close
Uh,
critical.
Almost, but yeah, it doesn't confirm. But that is enough to knock it unconscious.
Nice.
but not enough to make it go into a death frenzy. And yeah, which I guess Umbrellas might not necessarily know about. Jace and Hannah know that these things have a death frenzy, so they might kind of yell at you underwater through distorted voices that if you try to kill it, it'll have a death frenzy, which
Yeah,
might be
yeah.
enough to make you not want to finish them off.
Finish them off.
Yeah, you might
That's
just
okay.
leave them behind.
We'll have seafood later.
You're not sure that these would even be.
Edible.
I mean, they probably are. Um,
It just depends on how you cook them.
yeah, I guess they are considered a delicacy in some cities. However, they're also like sentient creatures technically. They have, I mean, they're not very smart, but they actually are intelligent creatures.
Hmm.
They can actually understand language too. They don't speak it, but they can understand language. Granted, nothing stops them from running around eating sentient beings. So
Well, we'll see if they bleed their last here, but not within their vicinity.
yeah, you guys move away from them then.
Yep, we'll move away and go back to the stairs. Now that we've got some
Okay.
sweet loot.
And yeah, it actually does look like maybe about a minute or so later, they do actually kind of spaz out, and you think that they did bleed out.
Crazy.
This one spazzes out and kills the one next to it.
Ah, they killed each other.
Oh,
Yeah.
dang. That's a shame.
As a big trap, you just want to have a bunch of dead uh, reef claws in a pit. So as soon
Yeah,
as someone falls onto the unconscious reef claws, it kills one of them, which sets off all of the other ones,
yeah. And they all start killing each other.
and it
And
becomes a blender.
yeah.
Remind me not to play homebrews from Matt.
You'll just make reef claw traps. All right, so you guys go back
Yeah.
Claw
up the.
traps, yeah.
Yeah.
Reef
You guys go
claw
back up the
traps,
stairs.
and yeah, we do, and rectangular pits that actually have gelatinous cubes at the bottom.
Oh god.
And then you put a small creature that is immune to acid damage inside of the gelatinous cube, ready to ambush someone who falls into it.
Oh boy.
Interesting.
All right, you get up here. The doors are still closed, and
Hey, you
best
moved
friend
me.
has your spell book. Yeah, I moved you guys out of
Good
there.
job, best friend.
I was like literally dragging my thing and then it moved on its own. I'm like, dang.
Yeah, I got impatient.
I will grab the spell book from the best friend, my spell book, and thanks, best friend. You're the best friend. You're the best friend.
I tell the others, let's try and go find this Lisa Jane that the ghost told us about. And while we're out there in Magnamar, I say in a hushed voice, let's try to find something that'll help us see this, like, thing that's been following us. Something magical, right? Hannah? Jace?
Uh,
I don't.
remember that time when I said, man, I knew I should have taken glitter dust, and I didn't take glitter dust?
You think something magical's following us?
The
Yeah,
imp
that
thing that we
voice.
know goes invisible.
Yeah.
So we need something to try and see it.
Or just
Yeah.
ignore him.
I mean, just take out its boss.
Well, now they're threatening us.
Then let them act out that threat.
But wouldn't it be cool if we could trick them?
I don't really care to play games, honestly.
What if seeing them better helps us to kill them?
I mean, I don't have the means to do that, so I don't know how we would go about that.
Could you find the means in Magnamar? Maybe purchase them?
We want to leave this place?
I want to see. I want to go find this Lisa Jane now that we have this brooch.
But we're not done with this place. I want the star piece. I don't care about these side quests. We can pursue them afterwards.
Well, what if our ghost buddy helps us find what we're looking for? He seems to be pretty knowledgeable, if he's telling the truth.
Hannah looks at the rest of the party.
I
Do you want to
think we should
take
try and
time
find the
doing
star
that?
piece before we go back to Magnamar. I feel. Do I feel like we're really close, Pluto?
Nothing that's you haven't got any sort of feeling or anything from the other piece that
No new vibes? 'Cause
indicates.
before is
No,
like
yeah,
you feel it pulling you deeper in, so it's still doing that. Nothing changed.
yeah, nothing really has changed on it.
I mean, that's up to you guys, but it's a hassle to leave and it's going to be a hassle to come back.
Yeah, I don't think we should leave and come back. I think we should try and just get. Who knows what will change when we come back? And
So
maybe
we had to
people
like row a
will
boat here.
like the demon people that or whatever devil people that want us to kill each other, like that might turn even worse and come back.
So do you want to take care of him right now?
We can. I really agree with Hannah. I want to find this other star piece that we think is down here.
I
can
don't know.
feel
I
myself
think
being
I
drawn
do
to it.
too.
if he wants to attack, then let him attack. But other than that, like,
We can
I don't feel like
attack the devils. That's fine. I have no problem with that. I don't think we should like leave and go to Magnamar.
Yeah, but we've let people attack us, I think, one too many times in the past. I think if we have the mind to deal with them, we're the ones who should make the first move.
I'm perfectly fine with attacking right now. I only agreed to this because I thought it would make it easier for us to destroy them in the future. Isn't really the case, so perhaps we should just, send them back to where they belong.
Also, I don't mind exploring further, but I gave him my word that I would find his lady before I came back to him.
well, we should have.
Well, you don't.
passed him
You actually
then.
get the sense from talking that he didn't necessarily need you to do it right now. Like he gave you information because he believes you'll do it. Like when you get a chance.
I can at least
Yeah,
show him the
obviously,
brooch.
if we show back up and want to explore more, he's not gonna be like, "Oh, have you been to Magnamar and back already?" Like, that's not.
Abrellis also admits, listen, I didn't read that many books growing up, but I love the ones about these star-crossed romances, and this really speaks to me.
Sure, and we should definitely help him out and tell his wife, but I just don't think we should do it and leave the star piece here. I feel like we're getting close.
We need to stay on
Well, I'll
track,
hold on to the brooch for now.
and then we can, when we go back to town, then we can do that.
Alright, so are we getting rid of these devils?
If you want to go straight to them because you think they're gonna show up on our backsides, then sure. But other than that, I don't. I don't want to provoke violence if I don't have to.
I'm down to take them right now.
Hmm.
Devils be poisoned.
I don't know. Maybe we should find out.
We could poison your weapon with what we collected earlier.
Do we have any poison?
I have the medium spider
Yeah.
venom.
I rolled the ridiculously dangerous roll to collect. The
Yeah,
venom.
devils are immune to poison.
Oh darn. Okay.
It's part of the devil subtype. They're immune
So-
to fire and poison.
Yeah, I think it's kind of just up to what you want to do, Abrellis, and maybe what Pilbo wants. And
All I'm saying is
their
if people
thoughts
want
are.
to talk, then we can talk. But if they start making threats, then they're gonna get shanked.
I mean, that's always been the plan, anyways.
I mean, I was just gonna ignore them, and I would continue doing so. But if you guys feel we need to deal with them, then let's do that.
I'm just saying we put a knife in their back before they put one in ours.
Okay, let's do it then.
She rolls her eyes at that.
I'm tired of standing around talking about it. Let's just go do it.
That's just, back when I was in the gang, that's Zarni politics. Alright.
It's also normal politics.
So, is that what you guys are doing? You're gonna go back to Lord Boz?
Well, yeah,
I
he's
think
the
so,
one who's
yeah.
kind of been threatening us. Or, well, that's the one that the one said.
That's the one
he,
that the
Lord Baz wasn't happy.
The invisible imp.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
invisible imp showed up and told you Lord Boz was upset about how you guys haven't taken care of the other rebellious imp, aka the Lord of Little Erebus, or the suzerain of Little Erebus.
Mm-hmm.
He guys also said, "Oh yeah, we'll kill Lord Boz for you." You guys have kind of both told
Yeah.
both sides. Oh yeah, sure, we're working for
Yeah.
you. Like, sure, we don't care. We'll say we're working
Yeah,
for
we
you.
should probably take care of both of them. Just tie up any loose ends.
I never gave them a thief's promise.
Hmm.
It's true.
Alright, Pilbo, could you give me a quick heal with that wand? I'm a little low on health.
Alright, give you a little tippy tap.
Thank you.
Uh,
Perfect.
And it's
7.
probably been over that
Plus
hour,
one, yeah, 7.
about an hour mark. So in game. So Silric would probably need to re-up Barkskin if you want to keep that going. If you guys are gonna go fight this Lord Boz.
I gotta
Yeah.
re-up the mage
Alright.
armor too. Then.
Yeah, if you're doing it through a wand, then because that only lasts 1 hour.
Okay. Good to go. Okay, well. Then I will have my dagger out and a smoke stick.
Yeah, I'll just have my bow out.
'Kay.
Let's go.
And if and when we do get to this part with the 3 doors,
Yep.
can I check the store right here? Is this door locked?
It is not locked. I believe you were told
We
a
were
little
told
bit about
not to
that
go in
as well.
there by Lord Baz.
Lord Boz told you not to go in there, yeah.
He
But
said
yeah, it's not locked.
something we don't care.
Is there a
for.
locking mechanism that I could jam?
Not the C. There's not like a lock hole or anything on it.
Okay.
You could block the door, but
That's what I'm gonna have best
Although-
friend do. I'm gonna tell
although it
best
opens.
friend.
Actually, it opens inward.
Oh, it opens that way. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. There's not enough room for it to
Pull
open this way
out
because there's
on
So
the
just
fountains in
door
the
have
way.
best
handle.
friend with me.
Really
Okay.
hard.
All right. Well, I tell everybody to, get ready. I'm gonna
I
pull
say,
my.
I whisper quietly, like, listen at the door and see if you hear him in there.
I'll do that.
Let's still work over here. Yep. Go ahead and roll a perception check.
No, I'll listen as well, but I'm not like right up against the door, so I might not hear as much.
Okay. It
Oh,
is.
you rolled well.
It is really quiet, but Abrellis, you think you hear the faintest of whispering there.
All right.
Can't make out what they're saying, but you think you hear a
I
They're
take
saying,
my short
I
bow
think
out,
I hear people outside.
and then I'll kick down the door or kick it open.
It's not locked. Everyone can roll initiative.
Yeah, I was
He was
hoping
expecting.
to
He was
cast a
expecting
spell
you.
before, but
Oh man, yes. Oh, these initiatives have been so good. This +8 is gnarly.
Pluto, would I have time to cast a self buff before this or not?
Sure.
Okay. I want to cast Gravity Bow on my bow. Lasts minutes per level, so it should be good for this fight.
And then- Ooh. Okay. Sure. Okay. Everybody roll their initiative already. Looks like
Yes, I just happened to get the exact same initiative as last time.
it. Yeah. Abrellis, you have first initiative.
Oh
Kick open the
man,
door.
awesome.
And even though they're expecting you, you're still able to react before they can react.
Yes, I'm doing rogue things. All right.
Get
I'm going
fireball.
to shoot the smaller one with my short bow.
Okay.
Oh, nice roll. Oh, almost a
All
20.
right. So not all of it goes through because of his DR, but that is still a pretty damn good hit.
Yep. I yell out, if you were gonna threaten us, you should have done it yourself, Baz. And I'm also gonna debilitate the imp.
So he
You
has
bastard.
which debilitation you putting on him?
I am going to give it a -2 penalty on its it's probably visible. So I'm gonna hamper by half.
On its turn, it uses a spell-like ability. Turns invisible, as you predicted. And it's reduced speed, so it can't go as far, but you do think it moves. Okay, Pilbow.
Hmm. Spooky doll. I'm going to delay until after the next one's turn.
Okay, delay until after Lord Boz's turn.
Yep.
Lord Boz says, "How dare you!" and uses a spell-like ability. And I need. Oh, that's not what I want to do.
Everyone.
No. I need just Pilbow, best friend, and Varellis to roll reflex saves as grease appears.
I was
on
like,
the
surely
roof.
me.
Yeah.
Grease.
Reflex? Alright, sweet.
Yep.
Grease up, best friend for me. He loves some grease.
Surprisingly, reflex is best friend's best save,
Really? He's full of surprises.
and he makes the save. Look at that! What a champ. Pilbow's 6 does not make the save. So Pilbow, you are prone.
Slip drip.
And Lord
At
Boz
least if
is
your
going
face goes in the
to.
grease, you can breathe through it.
Lord Boz is gonna fly over.
He flies. Oh
He's gonna.
boy.
He's just gonna. Yeah, he's got these little bat or uh not bat fly wings basically.
Okay.
So it starts
He
flying
buzzes.
around the room, buzzes around. Yeah, he's got perfect maneuverability, like a fly, and he's flying around all Lord Boz like, and yelling, "How dare you!" Uh, Pilbo, it's your turn. You're prone in the grease. You can stand up
Alright, I'm
as a
going to try
move
and stand
action.
up.
Okay, you can do that. However, if you'd like to move out of the square you're in, you'll need to make an acrobatics check.
No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast um, silence centered on Lord Boz.
Like on his square. Okay, that's a full round cast, so you won't be able to. It won't go
Oh,
off
you're
quite
right.
yet.
Shit.
Is that
Yeah.
still what you'd like to try doing
What?
though, or are you can?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
bad
I'm
because you
just going to
spent a
start
move
it.
action getting up, right?
Okay. See. Oh, that's true. If he does, he'll have to take another
So it's
standard
gonna
action to finish
cost
it.
your standard action next turn to
Yeah.
finish.
Yeah, but it'll go
But
off
still might
during
be
his
worth
next
it.
turn. So. Okay. Pilbo begins casting a spell. Jace, it's your turn. You can partially see Lord Boz, but he's flying up.
Actually, from the square behind me, I'd have a decent angle. I mean, still through my allies, but
All right, you try moving through there, and you bump into something and aren't able to move there.
Oh shit! We found it.
Um, let me think about this. If I do a ranged attack, it will provoke, right? But I can just do that.
Mm-hmm.
But then if I cast, it's going to mean I have to do a concentration check or not.
Only
it
if you
chooses
don't
to
want the
attack
cast
you.
to provoke. Right.
Yeah,
But
whatever.
it might
I don't
reveal
care.
itself if it attacks you.
Yeah, that's true. I like this. Okay. I'm going to do some interesting plays. I'm gonna do a spell strike full round, all the things. For my spell, I'm going to cast Magic Weapon at the beginning of my full round.
I guess
As
actually you could
soon
move
as...
into that square. Forgot these things are tiny.
Oh, okay. Well, wait. Well, do I notice it or not?
Yeah, I'll just say still that you bump into it, but in the future I could have had it. I could have had it let
Okay.
you move into the square, which would have been better for it actually.
So I'm going to use Magic Weapon as my spell at the beginning of my full round. I'm going
Okay.
to, as a swift action, right after that Magic Weapon is applied, use an Arcane Pool Point to enhance my weapon with an additional +1 that
Okay.
stacks with the Magic Weapon enhancement.
Yep.
So that's 4 out of 5 uses now. And then I'm going to attack the square where I think this empty thing is.
That you bumped into right here.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Oh boy. Is this dumb? This might be dumb. Okay, and I don't get a spell strike attack because I didn't use that kind of spell. So I think that's it.
Okay.
Those are good numbers.
Roll some concealment though.
Miss on low.
Sure.
Is it,
I usually do if you
that's
roll above
bad.
50%, you get it. Okay, so hit with the second attack.
Dang, my 16 damage missed.
One of the arrows flies past you, the other one seems like it hits something, it kind of disappears as it hits its target.
Yeah, but hey, look at those numbers. 2d6 from the gravity bow, +5
pretty good.
from things, point blank, and +2 enhancement bonus.
All right, Silric. So the square here is grease. So if you want to move through the blue square, you have to roll an acrobatics check to try to move through it at half speed without falling prone. And you also saw Jay shoot something and hit something in this square to his left on the map. So you do know there's something invisible over here if you want to like try to attack that, but it's going to be hard to hit it because it's invisible. If you want to go for it.
Oh, might as well. So I'll move next to Jace. Boop.
Okay. If you want to just move to the square right to your right, you can do 2 attacks with flurry because it'll just be a 5-foot step. So for clarifying, that's if you just want a 5-foot step like this,
Okay.
you can attack into the square right here and get 2 attacks instead of 1.
Alright, yeah.
Okay. Those let's see. One of those has a chance to hit. So you can roll a D100, either by /R D100 or just open the dice roller and do it from there. And if you roll above 50%, then you hit. If you below 50%, you miss. Okay, you hit.
Nice. 69.
Nice. Yep, you feel yourself make contact with something, and you land a solid blow on it. Hannah.
Okay. It's a little complicated for me, the things I can do. I'm guessing, Umbrellas, you're planning on going in there, yes?
I'm gonna try and get him. He's like flying above the ground though. The ceiling's not too tall though.
Nope.
Maybe I should just go in. Is
It's
that
only like 10
that's
feet
an
up.
ice slick right there?
I'll back you up.
Or
It's a grease.
That's grease.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
You and me, Hannah, we got this.
I don't know if I might slip. I'm gonna try to cross the grease. Gonna impede
Okay.
my movement
It's
a little
acrobatics.
bit.
It'll impede your movement by half and requires an acrobatics check.
Yeah, let me see if I got the movement.
I think you got enough to get just to the other side of it, like over to here.
Yeah.
I think you might even be able to move one more square past that. Maybe. Well, you kind of have to go through Abrellis' square because this is like the way the door is. But yeah, you could get past it.
It doesn't put me close enough to what I wanted to do. Well, okay, I will try to I'll try to go through the ice lick. Oh, why did
Okay.
that close? Stay open, you stupid window. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oof.
Hey, there
Hey,
you go.
you made it. You made it exactly. You get through.
No one's greasier than a Scarnetti.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Okay. Well, what I wanted
Okay.
to do,
Still
I
got a
don't
standard action.
think I got reach for that.
What do you want to do? I mean, he's only 25 feet away.
Yeah, I need a 15-foot. I'm going to. I'm just gonna ray. We're gonna use a new spell. We're gonna scorching ray.
Okay.
Oh, you picked up the
Before you
same
do
spell
that,
Wait, no,
you
as
no,
know
me?
he's
not
immune to
scorching.
fire.
Acid. The acid. No,
Oh,
not
you didn't
scorching.
pick up the same spell as me?
No, I have
Okay.
scorching ray as well. I just
Oh, okay.
blinked that for
Scorching
a moment,
ray
but
is
I
like
knew
my
that.
bread and
So just a
butter
reminder,
in
you
this
know
build.
that they are immune to fire and resistant to acid and cold. So
Okay, then I
that
won't
informs
do
your
that.
decisions here.
Oh wait, I can't
Magic
even do that
missile.
anyways. I'm gonna double move. No, I'm not gonna double move. I'm gonna smoke stick. Right here.
Okay.
Ooh, good idea.
And what does that do?
Smoke stick.
Concealment.
It's gonna give me sneak attack.
How much? What does it make? A 10-foot? Is it a 10-foot cloud?
No.
Oh boy, so I'm useless now.
Now we're useless. Yeah, 10-foot.
Just put it right in front of you.
10-foot cube. Okay. So probably something like this.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah, we'll use yours. Okay. Smoke stick. All right. Round 4. Abrellis.
So I'm gonna attempt to move.
Okay.
Past the thing.
Yep. I think you probably auto make the
I
acrobatics
auto
check.
succeed. My acrobatics is pretty badonkers.
Okay. So you stand at the edge of the smoke, and you can see Lord Boz still, but he cannot see you at the moment.
Yeah, he can't see me.
It's pretty good.
So I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay. All right. That will hit. Too bad you rolled really low on the
It
damage.
was a low
but
roll, but I sent him a message.
Some of it goes through, and then which debilitating strike are you gonna put on him?
I am going to hamper his speed, reduce it by half. And he can't 5-foot step.
All right.
By the way, Boz, if you haven't already noticed, I've altered the deal.
Oh, insolent. This thing's going to move in.
If I'm being truthful, I just want to hear him talk. Because
Oh,
he's
okay.
funny.
This thing appears in Hannah's square and tries to stab at her. with its scorpion-like tail.
Oh, the little
Just
imp.
going all through the grease and everything.
Well, it
Just
flies.
He's flying. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's
I
flying
forgot
right now,
it
yeah.
Flew.
Dun, dun, dun.
It comes with this stinger versus your flat-footed AC, which I'm guessing
Ouch.
that'll hit.
I'm flat-footed.
Can it see through the smoke?
Oh, it has concealment. That's right. Let me roll that.
Oh, it's sneaking on
If it
me?
rolls below a 20,
Oh.
okay,
Oh.
it still hits through the
Yeah, that
concealment.
hits.
So you take 4 damage, and I need you to roll a Fortitude save against this poison.
um.
Okay, you're fine. At least from the poison. This one, because it turns out there's a second one. Not that you guys can
Aha.
see the other one that appeared attacking Hannah. I think only Umbrellas and Hannah see that one because of the smoke stick. But
Yeah.
one appears in Pilbow Square and is going to try to interrupt his cast. If it can hit. Which, oh shit. It's underneath Pilbow. God damn it. That's like, alright, I can fix this. All I need to do is say to the back. Pilbow, it's going to attack you. 25, I'm guessing that hits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry. Best friend, guard Pilbow.
Roll a. Did I not roll best friend's initiative? I don't think I did. I never added him to a tracker.
He's been lying in wait. He's very patient.
Yeah, he'll take his turn. He'll take his turn after this thing then. He's been holding his action for like a whole round. All right, so you got to make a concentration check. Level 2 spell, so it's going to be, was it 10 plus damage dealt plus spell level? So I think it's only a 14.
Yeah. It's not super
These-
high.
DC 14
Is
and
that
also a
just caster
fortitude
level?
save. No, it's concentration.
Concentration.
So it's your caster level plus your casting ability score, and if you have any other like bonuses to concentration checks, but that's the default. So your wisdom
No.
bonus plus your, so
I
yeah, whatever your
only-
wisdom bonus
only
is
looking at
plus
traits.
4. I don't even think combat casting applies. So it's pretty hard. Ooh, okay. So he just misses it.
Ah, by 1.
He interrupts your spell, and also
Oh.
fortitude save versus its poison. Okay, you're fine. The poison doesn't affect you. All right. And then Lord Boz says, "How insolent!" And it turns invisible.
Should have brought glitter dust.
And he's not able to move as far as he'd like because you tampered his movement, but he does move somewhere. Best friend is going to go into defense mode and is going to attack the with a single powerful slam for, but he misses. Pilbow.
All right.
You are in Greece, unfortunately, too, which makes it awkward. Can't 5-foot step.
Can I fight in my square or do I have to move?
No,
You can fight it in your square. Yep, you can do an unarmed,
Alright.
or do your cestus on him if you need, or hit him with a Vision of Madness.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and Vision of Madness it in my square.
You got him, I think. Yep, just barely. He has Visions of Madness on him. Okay. Jace. So Jace, if you want to attack the imp in his square, you'll have to deal with cover, but you can't attack the one that's in Pilbo's square, and you can't attack any of the other ones because you can't.
Oh, Lord Boss is there. You can't walk. No, I'm kidding.
That would be great if you found him again by accident.
That would be pretty funny. And I'm gonna attack the imp on Pilbo. Be like,
Okay.
hold very still. And I'm gonna do all the buttons, all the things. And the spell I'm gonna do is going to be I'll just do an acid splash.
Okay.
Even though I know it's mean, but I want the arrow. Yeah.
Yeah. Get 3 arrows on him potentially. Maybe you'll roll a bunch
So
of 20s
full
again.
range with rapid shot and gravity bow. Yeah, this one.
Well, one of those hits. Wait,
One that has
no, it
the low
doesn't.
damage.
Actually, that one misses
Cover.
because of the cover.
Yeah, that's. Let's see. I rolled a 2,
Alright.
a 12, and an
Cylric.
8. Okay. Not great.
So again, you can attack the one that's in Pilbo Square if you'd like.
So
It's the
grab
only
it.
one you can see. You could also grab it. Yeah, if you wanted to, you could do a grapple on it.
Yeah?
Yep. That would be the CMB
Probably a good
roll.
idea.
Normally, doing a grapple provokes. However, because it has to get into your square to attack you, you can grab it without it being able to attack you back because it's too small.
Alright, yeah, I'll do that then. You said CMB?
Yep, the button that says CMB should do it. Okay, it's a pretty low roll, but these things are small, and usually things that are small have
Yep.
low CMD, so let's see what it is.
Technically, Silric is flanking with a best friend.
Yep, so another +2, but it looks like you just missed it. You try to
Darn.
grab it, and it
Got
manages to not quite get grabbed. Hannah, you got one of these in your square. You guys have concealment, 20% concealment versus each other right now, but you can see them.
Yeah. So my smoke stick ends.
And you see there's another imp, too.
And the smoke will last
Yeah,
for
the cloud stays for
10 rounds.
a minute. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. The next plan was to move, but now that it's there. Wait, where'd Boz go? Did he disappear?
He turned invisible.
Okay. Darn. Very well done.
And you're
I
not in
can
the
see
grease, so
him.
if you want, you
I can see the thing in
You
my
can see the
square.
imp.
Like he's not in
Yes,
concealment
you can
at all, technically.
he has 20% concealment. Anything that's
Even-
just in the
Oh.
yeah, just like
Okay,
he
can I
had versus
missile
you.
them?
You could, yeah.
Okay.
You have to roll. He'll to provoke if you don't move out of his square,
I'll concentrate.
and then you have to keep in mind that Lord Boz might be next to you as well. So, all right, concentrate solves the issue too, as long as you make the check.
Yeah, I'm just gonna missile the imp.
Okay.
Okay, let's concentrate.
You got it.
Ugh.
Oof, low rolls, but all that damage goes through. One thing I will tell you though, well, Brella, it's your turn, and you notice that that spot where you shot him looks like it's healed up a little bit. You think that this imp might have fast healing.
Oh, this imp right here.
But it's your turn now, so.
All right, I try to grab him.
Okay. You don't have improved grab.
No.
Lord Boz, turns out he was
Oh, he's
Uh,
there? Good.
he's in your square, so he's gonna take an attack opportunity on you as you try to he takes a bite with his strange baby mouth, which
I'm
apparently
the
has
only one
really
that's allowed to
large,
grapple my
overly
imps.
developed. Yeah, I'm the only one allowed to grapple my imps. Oh, that's actually a 15 because I forgot the plus versus your flat-footed because I forgot the +2 from being invisible.
Against my flat-footed?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a possible hit on my flat-footed.
Okay, he has to roll for his concealment. He misses,
Sweet.
and you feel glad that
I'm
you
still going
did
for this imp.
because as he does, acid's flying out of his mouth onto the ground. You think that if he got bit by it, it would have hurt. 15 CMD. That is a chance to grapple him.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll your concealment, though. You got it. He's grappled.
Haha, I've got you. But now there's a big ugly Boz in my face.
Yeah, and you have the grapple condition as well. I mean, you could drop it for free if you'd like.
I'm not leaving without this imp.
All right, I didn't think so. All right, all right, you got him grappled then.
Um, I can 5-foot step though. Or no, not with the grapple thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm here then. And I tell
Okay.
the others, he's here. I mean, Hannah can see him.
Hannah can see him. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The imp that is grappled. Let's see. Does he have escape artist? Nope. Well, he's still in Hannah's square, so he's going to attempt to hit Hannah.
All right.
Actually, isn't he in
think-
my square?
No, he's technically still 5 feet away from you.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Grapple's kind of weird that way, but yeah. He technically can't even attack you. So if Hannah like moves away from him,
Yeah, it's weird.
then he's like completely helpless to do anything basically except for try to escape. Like he's basically effectively gets pinned automatically. I mean, he could cast spells, but yeah, I mean he's not that great at them. So I think let's see, he is actually getting the double dip penalty from grapple because he's a weapon finesse based. So he's getting some penalties of this attack. He's gonna try to sting at Hannah again though. But I'm thinking a 7 is gonna miss. Oh yeah, Silver's gonna be right here because you tried to come down and grapple him, or over here. No, you were right here. Why did Silver get moved back? I thought I remembered you being down there before. Okay, well, anyway, this imp's going to. Let's see. He's fairly hurt, but I need to. And yeah, you notice that these imps are healing, like their wounds are slowly healing up as they're fighting. Yeah, this one's going to stay. I think he's just going to stay where he's at. He's going to try to cast a spell defensively.
I'll try and spellcraft that if I can.
Yeah, sure. So let's see here. They cast spells off their charisma. All right, he makes the check, and he turns invisible again. And you hear him cackle.
Oh god, it's a witch. He's a witch.
And Lord Boz, he's going to say, "Unhand my servant, you insolent traitor!" And he's going to try to bite you again.
Okay.
This first, your normal AC. Does a 17 have a chance to hit?
A 17 does not hit me. My AC
All right.
is now 18.
He misses then,
Sweet.
and then he's gonna 5 foot out of your vision, past the fog cloud or the smoke cloud. The robot doesn't see anything, but hears Umbrella's yelling about something. He's got to attempt an acrobatics.
Oh no, don't slip on the grease.
He moves out of the. He moves through the grease part of the way here, and then he sees this other one in the fog, and he tries to hit it.
Yeah. Gang up on it.
He technically gets a flank, even though he can't see you. But he misses. Okay. Pilbow, you do not see any enemies, but you do see evidence of an enemy because best friend struck at something in the smoke cloud up ahead.
Okay, well, the problem is I'm still standing in grease.
Yes. Yeah, the grease is probably
Alright,
going to
so
last for a very long time too.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my water skin and pour it on the ground to try and dilute the grease.
Okay. I'll say it's. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna say that's gonna take a full round to pull it out and pour it,
Sure.
like a move, and then a standard to dump it out. But yeah, you do that, and you think the grease, at least in your square that you're standing in, is probably not as bad. Okay. And that'll be your turn. So, Jace, what would you like to do?
Boy. I mean, I could try and just move through the whole thing. That one's in smoke, so I can't see it. Baz is
Yeah,
through
you actually
smoke, so I
can't see any, but any
you.
enemies at the moment. You know that there's one in this square because you saw best friend try to attack it. Although I don't recommend attacking the square the way you normally might
Yeah.
for
I'm
obvious
going to
reasons.
cast Cat's Grace on myself.
Okay.
And then I'm going
When you do,
Oh.
this guy appears
Oh, perfect. I have
from
something to do now.
invisibility to try to break your spell cast. He's gonna try to hit you.
Dang.
Well, I mean, you do, but you didn't say you're doing spell
Yeah,
combat, so I'm
no, I
assuming
know.
you're just gonna have a move action now.
Correct.
God damn, he's in the back of the thing.
But
To the back. Okay. Anyway, he's gonna try to attack. He does have visions of madness to offset the bonus to his attack from being invisible, -2 to his attacks, but he gets a +2 for attacking from invisibility. And this is versus your flat-footed AC, but I think a 10 still misses.
a 10 will miss flat-footed.
All right. It's your turn though. Still, you have a move action,
Okay, so I have
and you
spell
get your
Grace
cast
on
grace. It
me.
goes off.
Yep. And then as a move action, I'm just gonna.
You could also 5-foot step out of there if you want, instead of using your move action if you don't want to. Otherwise, they'll let you. I guess he already
Could,
took an
but
attack
I'd rather
opportunity.
provoke.
Yeah, he already took his attack opportunity, so you can test if he has combat reflexes.
That
does,
and the
so.
fact that I don't want him to be able to 5-foot step into me.
No, okay. All right. Silric, You see this thing pop out of invisibility right next to you here.
Alright, I'll attack him.
Okay, you gonna do a flurry or try to grapple him again? Okay,
Yeah,
that looks like a
flurry.
flurry. It is.
Go
Um,
punch it.
you hit him with one of the attacks, and it looks like you hit him pretty hard, but he is still flying there. And the second
Dang.
attack misses. And he looks like he's pretty mad. All right, Hannah, you only see the imp right here, and the other imp you can kind of see outside the fog over in the other room, maybe just barely. But you can't see Lord Boz because he's on the other. He's more than 10 feet away from you, with the smoke cloud in front of you,
Yeah,
separating the two of you.
that's
But you
fine.
did see him retreat back into that square.
Gonna. I have a spell I want to use, but I didn't know how well it's gonna work, especially with this imp in my square. I can probably just deal with the imp.
I've got him grappled.
Yeah, he's grappled right now.
Oh.
Do something mean to him.
So you know that if you want to cast a spell, unless it's Lord Boz is like invisible next to you, which you don't think is likely, or there's like another imp. But it's, assuming it's these three combatants, there's nobody that can even attack you, so
I
you
was
shouldn't
just
even have to cast
thinking of
defensively.
color spray, but like I can't get everybody.
Ooh, man, I like
now.
that.
But if I could like get out of the cloud and I can see where he is unless he's invisible.
Yeah, you know that
Go
best
for it.
friend's immune to it. He's immune to color spray, so you don't have to worry about if he's in it.
Oh. Wait, who's immune to color spray?
Best friend, he's immune to color spray.
Yeah, the robot.
Yeah, I don't care about color spray.
Well, I wouldn't be aiming that
Throw that right
way.
at him.
Oh.
Oh.
He might be. I mean, if you move over here, and you can see Boz, you can 15-foot cone this without hitting me.
Right, that's kind of what I was thinking. It would hit best friend, but who cares?
I guess if I come out here, I see him be on around the
Yep.
corner of the cloud. Okay.
But you have enough movement, you can just move it back into the spot and hit him
Yeah.
with it.
Then yeah, I'll do that. I don't know what his hit dice is, but he can at least get stunned. DC 14.
He can.
Alright, so I'll do his first. His will save first. He failed,
Ah, yes.
and the imp, currently grappled, actually has a better will save than Lord Boz, but he also fails.
Oh, yes. The money color spray.
So let's see. Let me look up color spray again. I can't remember what the breakdown on hit die is exactly, but
Oh, if he's 5 hit die or more,
he's stunned no matter what. Yeah.
Um, 3
And
to
the
4.
imp has less hit die than Lord Boz.
The imp probably just goes limp in my hand.
It's a limp
Well, actually,
imp.
they both are in that same 3 to 4 category, so they're both
Oh, dang.
stunned and blinded
Sweet.
for 3 rounds, and then stunned for additional round after that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was a pretty good turn. Round 6, Abrellis, do you want to maintain this grapple on the
Nope,
stunned imp?
I drop the stunned imp,
Okay,
and
he
I
falls to the
tell
ground.
best friend to attack it.
Okay.
So then I'm gonna take my move action here and draw my mithril short sword as I move. And I'm gonna
Okay.
stab the stunned Boz.
Sure. So he's stunned. So he loses his dex bonus to AC. Takes an additional -2 penalty to his AC. So, and he's on the ground right now because, yeah, he was flying with his little
Oh,
pinions.
jeez.
Yeah, that'll confirm, and you do a bunch of damage to him with a silver weapon. And he's looking
That's my
not
turn.
too good. Yeah, he's still up, but he's still stunned. But yeah, not looking so hot. Yep, this guy's still stunned. This guy, he didn't like that attack he took, so he's gonna 5-foot fly away and turn invisible. However, because he moved before he did it, you guys know what square he's in, but he is invisible right now. So I'm gonna leave him on the map. I'm just gonna put a little ninja icon on him so that we know that he's invisible. But
The real
yep,
ninja?
this guy Lord Boz is stunned, and best
Pilbo's the
friend
real
is.
ninja. He did that underwater substitution jutsu.
Yeah. Okay. The best friend's gonna attempt to hit the stunned. He hits the stunned imp. Yeah. He does not very much damage, but he does some damage. Oh, actually, I gotta roll versus concealment.
Yeah, he's still in the cloud.
Okay. Ooh, that actually technically misses, doesn't it?
Yep,
Barely.
it does. It's one off.
All right. He doesn't. He actually does not do the damage. Oh, and I actually changed this dot to orange instead of red because I think I got healed a bit. All right, Pilbo, you are not actually standing in grease. That's at least your square is light enough that you can move through it without
All
any
right, so
penalties.
I'm gonna go after this one up here.
Okay, so yep, he is invisible, but you know where he's at because he just turned invisible.
Mm-hmm. Punch him.
Okay.
Mm,
Using a silver weapon.
no.
Okay, so you know he has DR. I think you miss anyway though with 14.
Okay.
All right, Jace. I guess technically
Okay.
Jace didn't see him turn invisible because he was around the corner.
Yeah, a lot of this combat is I can't see, but
Yeah,
it's
you
fine.
see Pilbo move up and attack that square though. So if you move back up,
Okay,
you think you can
yeah.
attack. You
There's
should be able
nowhere
to.
else it really could be if
Yeah,
Pilbo's attacking something adjacent to him, so.
you'll have to move up probably to at least this square to be able to fire into there.
I think there are one more.
I think you can fire into it from there.
Okay. Then I will do a single attack, so no spell combat, no rapid shots. All my buffs are still
Okay.
on me. Oh, that cat's grace +2 to hit. Oh,
Just spell
jeez.
strike on acid splash. Although I guess it doesn't matter. He's immune. He's resistant to acid, so probably not worth
Right. There's no
bothering.
point in spell striking unless I wanted
Yep.
to
So just a
deliver a
regular attack then.
spell. Yeah.
All right.
There
Roll
we go.
versus the
Hopefully that's
concealment.
good. Dang it!
All right, you miss.
This is what I get for rolling the good rolls earlier.
Silric.
Let's have a fight where
Alright.
everything goes invisible over and over.
I'll move up
Yep.
and
4
try to
hours
attack him.
later.
I try to attack him twice. All right. Okay, one of those has a chance to hit, but I'll save you some dice rolling because the 5 is, even if he hits, not going to be enough to get through his DR. It'll do 0 damage. So unfortunately, that turn also doesn't do anything to him. Hannah, you see that Lord Boz is stunned.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like resistant or immune to most of my things, so I guess we're just gonna. I mean, I could just let you kill him, and I can save a spell.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to burn any more spells, so I'm going to. Do I know if the other imps were resistant to acid too?
Yes, they're both
All of
they're
them are. Okay.
resistant to acid as part of the devil traits.
Yeah. Oh man. I'm gonna
You can always just pull
delay.
out a dagger
Actually, that's true. That's true. I have
and fish for. I mean, if it's not a silver dagger, you're
the
probably fishing for crits.
dagger
But
already out. Yeah, I'll come over here and stab at him with my lovely
okay,
dagger. It
I mean,
didn't even.
hell, you'll be able to flank then with Abrellis next turn too.
Oh yeah.
All right, well that will I think miss even versus his stunned AC, which is 11.
Darn.
Yeah, he's got some natural armor, so that still applies for him. All right, round 7, Abrellis, it is your turn.
Yep.
This creature is
Sorry,
still
Boz.
stunned and blinded. Can't even see what's going
Yep.
on.
No dice, Boz. Back to hell with you.
Uh,
So 15 hit him.
yep. And does all that damage, which is enough to down him, but isn't enough to kill him. He is
Yeah, it's
still
something.
alive, but now he is
Yep,
actually
that's my turn.
unconscious. Okay. This one over here is also stunned and blind right now. His wounds heal up a little bit, although only best friend can see him right now. This one, none of you can see. And he is going to do something that you guys don't see. And Lord Boz is going to bleed out. He's still alive though,
Yay.
but he's going to keep bleeding.
Poor
Uh,
Boz.
Best friend's going to try to attack this thing again. He hit. He does no damage. Because it turns out that best friend does not have a silver weapon.
I need to give him a silver dagger or something. Then he'll just be Roberto.
Pilbow. You don't know where that invisible thing went. Not sure if he's
Yep.
still in that square or not.
It's like story of this fight.
Yeah.
You know what you could
moved
hit it
for-
with though? Even if it was invisible?
A channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he'll hit everyone else too, but could do it.
So worth.
Like,
I
don't worry,
think it's
guys.
worth it.
This will hurt them just as much as it hurts you.
Well, I could also safely assume this is like the last fight of the dungeon. Right.
Probably for this week.
I don't think
No.
so.
I don't know if it's the
'Cause
last.
there's
It's the
also
last
the
fight of
other
tonight.
two.
I'm definitely conserving my spells because I expect
There
to do
definitely are
more.
some Darrow at least that you've been warned about.
Let's see
But
what's
there
that
is
attribute?
another one of those fountains that has the healing water right here
Oh yeah,
from
it's
the
right there.
same source as the other one.
That's true.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back into this square here,
Okay.
and I'm going to channel.
Okay. So I'm gonna need. I don't know if Abrellis gets hit through the fog cloud. I don't know if the fog blocks the line of effect for channel.
The smoke cloud technically does block hit
I
side of
think
me.
it does. Yeah, I think it's still gonna hit the one right here though. And then I'll need Jace and Silric to roll will saves.
Yep. More like won't save.
Yeah, you rolled all your good dice already.
Awful. This entire
What am I
fight's
doing?
been terrible.
Roll a will save. Okay. I think Jace is gonna take that full 8 damage, but Silric can only take 4
Yep.
as Pilbo channels some negative energy. However, uh, the imp that you do hear a screech coming from down the hallway this way.
Yeah, you got him.
And one from over here in the fog cloud. Actually, you don't hear that one because he's stunned. Never mind. Just kidding. You don't hear anything from that one, but he takes damage too.
Okay.
So yeah, Silric takes 8, or no 4. Jace takes 8. I think. What'd you say the DC on
Minus
your
Yes.
channel
8.
was?
I'm pretty sure it's
Was it
higher than
11?
10.
Or is it
It's
10
12.
exactly? It's
No,
12? Okay.
12 plus. Yeah, it's 12.
Okay. So yeah, Silver takes 4. Do you want me to put that on there, or you got it?
I just did it.
Okay, cool. Um, Jace, you just got attacked by Pilbo.
Thanks.
But you also did hear a screech from that imp coming
It
down
was an
this way.
indiscriminate attack.
It was somewhere down this way.
Yeah. I don't think I can do too much here.
I guess you
I
could
mean,
get
you
away
can
from
shoot a cone
Pilbo
attack down the hall.
You could.
If I
If you
had
have
a
a cone
cone
attack.
attack, I certainly could. My only cone spell is Detect Magic, which could be useful, except that it's gonna move. Okay, I'm gonna pick. I'm going to full round a series of squares.
Shot in the dark.
Okay,
Yep.
just
Wait,
point to the
actually,
squares you're doing.
So when you say down the
Jace only takes 4
hall,
damage.
Oh, does he? Is the
why?
save lower? Is it 9?
I have negative charisma.
Okay,
So
plus 4.
so it's 9 then? Is the DC or 10?
10's the DC.
So he met
Oh,
the
so I
DC
met it.
then.
Wow.
Perfect.
So, do I think the imp is further than this?
You don't know. If you want to take a move action, you can roll a
Okay.
perception check to try to pinpoint where you heard the scream from.
Sure, I'll do that.
Good luck.
So-
Roll a 20.
Skills. Perceptorino. A?
All right. You think you heard the scream coming from this square right here,
Ooh.
or a square, one of the squares next to it, but somewhere within one of these,
Well, I only have one
3
attack, so I'm
squares.
just gonna attack the middle square.
The middle square. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Things are off. off. That's on. I mean, it should be a high to hit. It just. Yeah.
Okay, roll a percentage.
Nice.
Okay, your arrow hits something,
Oh.
and you hear kind of a thud, but you don't see. You don't see anything
Oh.
still.
That is good. I think.
It is.
Okay. This is only a +2 enhanced bow, so unfortunately it does not go through silver or anything.
Yep.
But damn, am I gonna be able to get close later on and do that kind of shenanigans?
All right. Silric, you also heard the same thing. Took some damage from Pilbo channeling energy, but you think that he did hit the imp that was flying around invisible, but you still don't see it. But you did
Well-
see an arrow hit this square over here. So if you want, you could run up and try to punch the square and see if you hit something.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll run up and punch.
Okay. You think you hit it? Actually, roll versus concealment, 50%. Okay, never mind. Oh, that's a D50. That's still a miss though, below 25. So
Gotta make things difficult.
yeah, I was like, hold up a minute. You can't roll above a 50 on a D50. But yeah, no, that still misses. Okay. So maybe yeah, you do think it's there, but it's small, and you think you like trying to stomp it on the ground or something, and you think you don't think you got it. Hannah, it's an unconscious Lord Boz in front of you,
Yeah.
bleeding out.
Hmm. I'll walk away.
Just walk away from him, like, shh, it's beneath me. Could coup de
Yeah.
grace him.
Nah. I'll step in
Just
here and do I see
step
the
over
other
him.
fellow?
Yeah, he's still on the ground, blinded, unconscious.
Then I'll step out of the cloud and look around the room, I guess. I'll
Okay.
perception.
I think I described this room earlier too, but I'll
Maybe.
read it again here.
I don't think we had a chance to. Really
There's a low
examine.
table sitting at the center of the room. It's probably back a little bit further over this way. And two low benches sitting on either side of it. A wooden stringed instrument of archaic design leans against one of them. So you see there's like a weird instrument over here, leaning against one of the chairs or one of the benches. It's the most interesting looking thing in there. Round 8, Abrellis. Would you like to coup de grace this guy?
Yeah, I'll do it.
He dead then.
Yep, he did.
He is at -12 out of 14 cons, so.
And I guess I move in there if I see best friend still attacking something.
Yep.
That's my turn.
Yep, this thing is still unconscious, but he is still healing. Or still stunned rather, not unconscious. This one up here is actually unconscious. I'm gonna make my life easier because you guys know he's there. I'm gonna put him on the token layer so I can mess with him easier. But yeah, he looks like his wounds are still healing. But he's unconscious at the moment and still invisible. And Lord Boz is dead. Best friend's gonna keep attacking. Like you do. And he misses, I think. Maybe actually, let me double check. Yeah, imps have do have natural armor. He just barely misses, actually. They're flat-footed. His
Damn it,
flat-footed.
best friend.
Or actually, no, wait. Does he? Okay, size bonus. He still gets that for +2. Okay, yeah, he does. He misses it because of the size bonus. He has to hit an 11 to hit this thing. Okay. Pilbow. I said you do
Alright.
think you know what square the invisible one is because Jace hit it.
Talking about this one?
No, you don't see that one, but this one over here, you don't. Well, you don't see any of them, but you know this one's here.
Uh,
You know that one's there because you see best friend attacking it, I guess, and you know this one's here because Jace shot it. But they are both still invisible to you at the moment. This one just because he's in a smoke cloud. This one because he's actually invisible.
I don't have anything to clear this. So I'm just going to stand here.
I mean, you can move out of that square, no problem. Remember, you already cleared
I
that
want to stay
square.
in the square.
Okay. Jace.
Yeah.
You do have a silver weapon you could use. It goes to the
Yeah.
DR.
I'll since I know that that one's gone, I have nothing better to do. I'll try and move through the grease, I guess, and hope I don't fall.
Acrobatics check.
So I'll put my bow away as a standard, well, as a move action, but as my standard action, and then as a move action, I'll move and take out the rapier.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you don't technically know Lord Boz is down. You guys actually haven't seen it.
Yeah. I guess I'll just
Unless
move
Unless
into the
Umbrella
grease.
said something like, Lord Boz, I got him. I don't know.
Yeah, I've
Okay.
said something.
That's good enough.
Yep,
Okay,
your
that's good.
acrobatics is good enough. And yeah, you see a stunned right at the edge of the smoke cloud. You see a stunned imp just kind of sitting on the ground, not moving much. Silric, you want to keep trying to stomp away at this invisible one? You can also try grappling him.
Yeah, I'll try grappling him.
Okay. He's much easier to grapple while he's okay. I think that'll beat a CMD because he's unconscious, but you do still have to roll risk concealment as you're feeling around for him, basically. Actually, I don't even know if you need to roll a CMB roll. He's unconscious, so it's not like you can. I think you could just grab him like an item, but you have to feel around for him. So I was gonna say if you want to take a full round to try to grab him, I'm gonna say you just
Yeah.
succeed on this because he's unconscious. It's not like I said, it's like grabbing a object.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Yeah. So you find you can't see him, but you can feel where he's at. And if you want, you could like strangle this little thing to death.
Oh my
Jeez,
god.
that's dark.
Yeah, it is, but it's a devil, so it's fine. Maybe, probably.
Sure. What do I do for
I mean,
that
it's
one?
up to you. It's up to you. You don't
You
have to roll
could
anything.
drown him in the water.
Okay, there. Relax.
Yeah, you could do that too. But for now, yeah, you just
It's
spend
okay, it's
around feeling
magical
around for
healing
him,
water.
and you found him. It is magical healing water. They probably don't like it very much, though, considering they're devils. Hannah, you doing anything else this turn? Maybe pick up that magic, or possibly magic. I don't even know if that is magic. It might just be a weird instrument. Let me check.
Yeah, I'll go check out whatever this thing is.
Yeah, so there's a weird instrument on the leaning against one of the benches. There's also a little silver coffer on the table, and it has coins in it.
Okay. If I have enough movement, I'll
Oh.
check all that out.
Yeah. So you don't really have time to count the coins right now in the middle of combat, but
Yeah.
yeah. If you want, you could cast Detect Magic on them though, see if they're magical. Good
Do,
start, right?
if I have all that movement, sure.
Well, I mean, the things you're already next to it. The table's like right here.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So yep. So that way you know that none of them are magical yet. But like I said, you do think the instrument looks like it might be worth a lot of money. It might be maybe a masterwork instrument. And the coffer looks like it has a bunch of coins in it. That if you spent some time and counted, it might be a decent amount. And the coffer itself looks like it's made out of silver and might also be worth a decent amount itself. Round 9, Abrellis. I'm gonna try to finish off the imp here.
I will try.
It looks like it's still stunned at the moment, but it looks like its eyes are moving around more, like it's sizing you up. Ooh, chance to hit. Roll 20% concealment.
Got
You
it.
got it. So let's see. That's enough to knock this one unconscious as well. And we are. I'm going to take us out of combat, but
Yay.
Yay, we did it.
they do have fast healing. So
Kill him.
um,
If no one else wants to be the one to do it, I will take the burden, and I will
I'll do
finish
it.
them.
That's fine.
yeah, you guys have silver weapons, so it's not a problem for you. Even the one that's invisible, you guys should, especially with Silric having grabbed it. Like Silric could even just bring it over and be like, "Here, stab. Don't stab my hand, but stab the thing I'm holding."
I'll hold it up for you
Yeah.
as you stab it.
Yeah. And yeah, you guys
It's not like a pinata.
Once you stab it, you're able to kill it, and you can see it. The invisibility wears off. And yeah, that'll probably be where we're gonna wrap it up. But we'll spend just a little bit here. Does anybody want to roll praise for the instrument and coffer? And it'll just tell you how many coins are in it.
Sure.
So the coins inside of
Hey.
it are some of it's in silver
Dang, Pilbo
pieces
knows.
as well. So there's some and some copper pieces, but I'm just gonna give it to you in gold pieces. 25 gold pieces.
Sweet.
And you know that the instrument is what's called a zither.
A zither.
A zither, yeah, it's kind of a string instrument. And it is a masterwork instrument worth 500 gold pieces
Ooh, nice, pretty.
of ancient Thessalonian make. So, and the coffer that the coins are in is a silver coffer worth 100 gold pieces.
Cool.
And I'm gonna add those to the treasure sheet that I'm maintaining as well. So for when you guys sell them.
We can split the 25 gold pieces, 5 gold each then.
Yep.
Alright, cool.
So let's see.
Probably come back for the other stuff when we decide to go outside, I guess. Or we could take it all with us and go outside and back into Magmar and sell it.
Yeah, late when we go back.
So you just take in the zither and the coffer. The coffer doesn't have any weight. Let's see, the zither probably weighs like 5 pounds.
Hmm. Can we leave it in here and come back for it later? Just make a note about it.
Oh, it weighs 3 pounds. We'll just go with that. That's a standard weight for a musical instrument.
Okay. I guess I'll just take it. I'll
Yeah,
take the
I
copper
don't
and the
care
instrument.
for it.
I,
Okay.
I want to sell it.
Yeah, that's fine. Sell that when we. I don't want to carry it.
All right. And then I'm gonna give you guys some experience, and we'll be wrapping it up there. It's a decent chunk of experience here. Oh, gee. Undo that.
Yeah, we did a good amount.
We level up! Ah!
Let me pull up my calculator app.
Why do you need a calculator when you have Roll20 calculator?
I could do it that way too, but yeah. So Lord Boz, 2 imps. The Reef Claws. And there was one other thing. Oh yeah, the Aquatic Sin Spawn. You fought those as well. And the Flesh Dregs. Where are the Flesh Dregs on here? They were worth... And then I'm also going to give you...
What about the, wait, did you say the things in the little water pool thing we had to cross?
Yes, those. Yeah, I gave you. You got some experience with that too. I'm
Oh,
factoring
okay,
that in.
okay.
All right, and I'm giving you some partial experience for Lockerbie Brast for now. I might give you the rest of it depending on how it plays out. But so once you finish the dungeon, if
I want to complete the quest.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. Is like if you guys complete his quest, you'll get some more experience, or if you guys go fight him, get more experience as well.
I love side
Either way.
quests.
Either
Give me
way is
all
the
the
way to get
side
the
quests.
experience. Either completing his quest or fighting him gives you the full experience. But I'll give you partial experience because you guys talked to him. It didn't piss him off or anything. And that'll put your total experience for this session at 1,700 experience, 1,700.
Sweet.
I think it's possible to get to level 5 by the end of this book. It might not happen because party of 5, partially,
Yeah.
but you'll probably be close-ish
Hmm.
to the level 5 by the end of this book.
All right, cool. 10,780. That's pretty nice.
Pretty longish session, I guess, but I don't know. I was having fun,
Yeah, it's
so I
fine.
kept it going.
It's good.
Yeah, me too. I got lots of time.
I think we were talking. We might have to. So I want to bring this up. Seeger was mentioning she might have to be working from her office instead from her work's office instead of from home, which would make it so potentially we might have to. She'd either be an hour late or we potentially start an hour later. So I wanted to run that by you guys. I think Swanky's
I'm
on
okay
the
with
East
that.
Coast, so I know
Surely not
that's
during all this Corona business.
I still work, unfortunately.
Yeah, you still got to go into work too, right?
Yeah, so
Working
right now
working
it's 12
the
a.m. for
essential.
me.
Yeah, 12 a.m. Yeah, I gotta be at work at 2 a.m. So I feel the pain.
For me it would be
Yeah, sorry about that.
fine to start an hour
So
later.
yeah, if starting an hour later, is that okay with you then, Swanky? I know it's the biggest.
It should be fine.
It's the latest on your schedule, so. All right.
Yeah, it's gonna be till like
So
1 a.m. ish or not.
yeah, I'm not gonna 100%
Or
commit
midnight?
to that, but tentatively we're gonna be doing a 6 p.m. start Pacific time, 1 hour later, if everyone's okay with that. What about you, Ron? You haven't said anything about that, so you good with that?
Yeah, that's fine. It's only 8 o'clock for me.
So yeah,
So
tentatively
it'll
we'll
be 8 to
start an hour
midnight for us
later.
and 9 to 1
Yeah.
for Swanky.
Well, he hasn't stuck me in the
Yeah.
office yet, so we'll see.
There's
okay,
hope.
so we're not planning on doing this yet. It's just tentative. Like,
It's tentative. We might have to do that,
Mhm.
but if, yeah. So
But
I'll keep you guys
until we hear
updated on
something,
Discord.
it's
I guess
same.
if I hear something from Secret saying that, that's what we're gonna have to do, then we'll do that. It'll probably be slightly after 6 because you'd have to like get home, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Sure.
So it might actually be more like 6:15 or something, but hopefully we won't even have to worry about it. But that's kind of a tentative thing. I wanted to make sure that I brought up, so we're not
Yep. At least
scrambling
then
at the
it'll
last minute.
be
All
the
right.
same. Actually, no. Then it's 2 hours different from Mantis's game. Dang it. It's too hard to remember all
Yeah,
these
it's already an
times.
hour off. Yeah. That's on a different day though. It's on Sunday. It's fine.